Hola.
Come on in. Hola. That's Kermit the Frog doing Scarface.
Oh yeah.
Hola.
Do you have the
Hello,
money?
Kermit. Hello, Piggy.
Do you have the money?
Do you have the money? Yeah, I got the money. It's close by. I don't have it with me, but it's close by. You got the stuff?
It's so Miami, you know?
Yeah. Dude, before we continue,
Yes.
I'm just flabbergasted. I love saying that word.
At what?
Let's do an experiment, okay? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
Okay.
Go online right now if you can. Can you go?
Yes, I'm in
to
front of the
Google?
computer. Yes.
Okay. Type Klaus Schwab's parents.
Hold on a second. Oh man, my computer's acting up. 1 second. Schwab's. There's an article that a British guy did about.
I know we read the article, but this is kind of
Jüdische Leben Frankfurt.de. Family Schwab.
yeah. That's not about
Fred
him.
Schwab. No, Klaus Schwab is not related to the Rothschild. That's the second link.
Yeah, dude. I've looked through
Holocaust Center. Schwab, Rothschild, Marianne. The Zeckelman Holocaust.
Yeah,
This?
that's. There's a rumor that he's related to that lady, and he's not. Just look. You can't find.
Yeah.
I've gone through the first three pages of Google.
The hell?
Nothing. Not a word.
Well, because
nothing.
Google,
Not a piece
Google,
of it.
yeah, I know it's like a mystery. But we found that article.
We found that article, but if it just goes to show you, a person who's looking for that information will not find it.
I know, unless they
Unless
won't find it unless they found it. Oh, here you go. Wiki.ng.
Okay.
All right. Klaus Schwab's parents.
Which page? Hold on. Which page?
It's like page 2.
Page 2.
Here. And you go to like.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Click on that.
Who are Klaus Schwab's parents? Is he related to the Rothschilds? And there's this whole thing.
Okay. Scroll down where it says Klaus Schwab.
Yeah. Klaus Schwab's parents' names are not known at the moment. He is a Southern, according to 100 Years of Now Journal, he is a Southern German father of Swiss extraction. He and Swiss mother. His father is the head of the Swiss Escher Wyss in Ravensburg. That's what was in the article. While growing up,
keep reading.
I'm reading. While growing up, he spoke Swiss German. The Gestapo even summoned his Swiss mother once to inquire why he could not speak and understand High German properly.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
So there's no information on his father,
absolutely,
or really his mother, but they do make sure to tell you that the Gestapo interrogated his mom.
Yeah. It's very strange. This whole thing is very strange.
This is like terrifying.
It's something. It's a bond. It's a bond thing. Worse.
This is like a dystopian nightmare.
Yeah, it is. But at least there was a wonderful Welshman who did an article and he found out all the information. Welshman? Is that a Welshman? It's like Stewie. You sound like a Welshman.
It's crazy.
Hold on, I have to restart my computer. When I restart my computer, I'm going to play for the folks at home the clip that you didn't want to see. This movie. How did I come across this movie?
Before playing the clip, read the plot to the folks at home.
Yeah, I'm going to read the plot and then I'm going to play the clip. Dude, but how did I come across the clip? I've been watching these, the Johnny Carson clips, the Don Rickles, but then I came across one with Robin Williams, and Robin Williams, this is when he was presenting his, how these guys go on like a press, kind of a press thing, junket, whatever. So he's presenting that movie. And the movie is a 1982 movie with starring. It's actually starring. I'll tell you who it's starring. Robin Williams. There was people that got nominated for Oscars who played in this movie for it as their roles in this movie. What's his name? Mary Beth Hurt, that played his wife. Glenn Close. Get off the phone, Ching Chang Chong. Holy shnikes. Okay,
so just before we blame the CCP in this instance, the washing machine is on.
No. It's like
clicky sounds, clicky.
Not clicky. It's like in Russian we say помехи.
No.
like static.
Ah, okay,
Whatever.
I don't hear that.
Yeah, I hear static. Anyway, John Lithgow, Jessica Tandy played in this movie. Who else? That's about it as far as like known names. Okay, so it's called The World According to Garp. For their role, John Lithgow and Glenn Close were respectively nominated for Best Actor in Supporting Role and Best Actress in Supporting Role at the 55th Academy Awards. T.S. Garp is the out-of-wedlock, this played by Robin Williams, out-of-wedlock son of a feminist mother, Jenny Fields, who wanted a child but not a husband. Already you see where this is going. Yep. A nurse during World War II, she encounters a dying ball turret gunner known only as Technical Sergeant Garp being all he is able to utter, who was severely brain damaged in combat, whose morbid priapism, it's like basically when you can stay excited for hours, allows her to have sex with him and to be impregnated. Whoever created, already you see what's going on right. Allowed her to have sex with him and to be impregnated. She names the resultant child after Garp. Garp grows up and becomes interested in wrestling and fiction writing, topics his mother has little interest in. Garp's writing piques the interest of Helen Holm, a daughter of the school's wrestling coach. She is wary of him. His mother observes his interest in sex and is intellectually curious about it, having little more than clinical interest herself. She interviews a prostitute and offers to hire her for Garp. Immediately after, Jenny decides to write a book on her observations of lust and human sexuality. Her book is a partial autobiography called Sexual Suspect and is an overnight sensation. Jenny becomes a feminist icon. She uses the proceeds from the book to found a center at her home for troubled and abused women. Meanwhile, Garp's first novel is published, which impresses Helen. The two marry and eventually have two children, Duncan and Walt. Garp becomes a devoted parent and successful fiction writer, while Helen becomes a college professor. Garp spends time visiting his mother and the people who live at her center, including transgender ex-football player Roberta Muldoon. That's played by John Lithgow. He also first hears the story of Ellen James. Of Ellen James, a girl who was raped at the age of 11 by two men who then cut out her tongue so that she could not identify her attackers. A group of women represented at Jenny's center, Ellen Jamesians, quote, voluntarily cut out their own tongues as a show of solidarity. Garp is horrified by the practice and learns that the Jamesians have received a letter from Ellen James begging them to stop the practice, but they have voted to continue. Having learned about his wife's infidelity with one of her students, Garp rushes home with his children in the back seat and crashes into his wife's lover's car parked in their driveway, while his wife is in the car performing fellatio on the student. As a result, Walt is killed and Duncan loses an eye. So one of his kids is killed. Garp,
yeah, that's where I parted ways with this.
Yeah. Garp, through the aid of his mother, learns to forgive himself and his wife. Sounds familiar from yesterday? Mr. Will Smith. The couple reconcile and have a baby daughter they name after Jenny. Jenny receives death threats because of both her center and her book. To Garp's dismay, she dismisses the danger and decides to publicly endorse a politician who supports her message. Garp writes a book about the life of Ellen James and its aftermath. The book is very successful and well regarded, but is highly critical of the Jamesians. Garp begins receiving death threats from them himself. During a political rally, Jenny is shot and killed by an anti-feminist fanatic. The women of Jenny's Center hold a memorial for her, but forbid all men from attending. Garp, dressed as a woman, is infiltrated into the memorial by Muldoon. He is identified by Pooh, a Jamesian who he knew when they were both in school. A commotion breaks out, and Garp is in danger of being hurt until a woman leads him out of this memorial to a taxi. The woman reveals herself to be Ellen James and uses the gesture to thank Garp for his book about her. The Jamesians are further outraged that Garp attended the memorial. Garp returns to his old school as the wrestling coach. One day during practice, Pooh enters the gymnasium and shoots him at close range with a pistol. Garp is airlifted by a helicopter with his wife. He flashes back to an earlier time when his mother would toss him into the air. So what do you think, man?
I'd like to make a comment at this point, okay?
Uh-huh.
fucking liberals. Okay?
Yeah.
They would have you think that this is the human experience. They'd be like, what's the matter, man? Can't you handle reality?
Yeah.
This is what the life of humanity is. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know anybody who, and I don't come from like, the squeakiest, Mr. Rogers background. You know what I mean? Like, I'm from Brooklyn. There's a couple of people who were murdered in my building.
Yeah. Can I read to you the reviews of Roger Ebert?
No. I gotta express this. Okay.
Fine.
So the idea is that they're gonna tell you this crazy, disgusting, beastly story of horrible people. Horrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The guy's mother is she's something obviously she's demented.
Yeah. Not well.
There's something physically she's brain dented. Okay, she raped a wounded soldier who can barely like talk.
Yeah.
Raped him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Then used her son later in life as some kind of clinical experiment to write books about.
Yeah.
Okay, his mother's a psychopath. Okay, and his wife is disgusting.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were his psycho mother reconciled him with this demented whore of a wife, and he's no angel either.
Yeah.
He forgave himself for killing his sons.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
bunch of scumbags. I believe, as Norm Macdonald would say, I believe everybody in the story should die.
Can I read to you the backgrounds of the people who made this movie? I mean, to understand.
Please.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to read to you the reviews real quick. Film critic Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave the film 3 stars out of 4, by which he was entertained but unmoved. 3 stars as a palatable interpretation of the novel. Oh, it was a novel, considering it wonderfully well written, yet cruel, annoying, and smug. I thought the acting was unconventional and absorbing, especially by Williams, by Glenn Close as his mother, and by John Lithgow as a transsexual. I thought the visualization of the events by director George Roy Hill, that's what we're going to talk about, was fresh and consistently interesting, but when the movie was over, my immediate response was not at all what it should have been. All I could find to ask myself was, what the hell was that all about? Janet Maslin in the New York Times wrote that the movie is very fair rendering of Mr. Irving's novel, with similar strengths. I want to read about this Irving guy, who they based, I guess, based on a book. With similar strengths and weaknesses, if the novel was picaresque and precious, so is the film, although the absence of the book's self-congratulatory streak helps the movie achieve a much lighter, more easygoing style. Film critic Pauline Kael wrote, "There's no feeling of truth in either the book or the movie, and that this generally faithful adaptation seems no more and no less than a castration fantasy." There you go. It's one normal person. However, Leonard Maltin, in his annual movie guide, gave the film a rare 4-star review, one of only 408 films out of nearly 16,000 given the designation during the 45-year period that it was published, calling Garp dazzling and beautifully acted by all, especially Glenn Close in her film debut, and Lithgow. Maltin went on to praise the film as an absorbing, sure-footed odyssey through vignettes of social observation, absurdist humor, satire, and melodrama. Okay, let's read who this Irving clown is. The John Irving. Okay. The World According to Garp, with John Irving's 4th novel about a man. Okay, Okay, wonderful, fantastic. Not really, but whatever. Let's see. Who's this John Irving guy? Let's read about his life. Irving was born John Wallace Blunt, Jr. in Exeter, New Hampshire, the son of Helen Frances Nee Winslow and John Wallace Blunt, Sr., a writer and executive recruiter. But the couple separated during pregnancy. Irving grew up in Exeter with a stepfather, Colin Franklin Newell Irving, who was Phillips Exeter Academy faculty member. This is like hoity-toity, freaking white MFers. His uncle, Hammy Bissell, was also part of the faculty. John Irving was in the Phillips Exeter wrestling program as a student athlete, and there you go. You know what kind of messed up stuff happens in these schools? You have no idea, bro. Like abuse, whatever. Student athlete and assistant coach, and wrestling features prominently in his books, stories, and life. While a student in Exeter, Irving was taught by author Christian theologian Frederick Buechner, whom he quoted in the epigraph A Prayer for Owen Meany. Irving has dyslexia. His biological father, whom he never met, had been a pilot in the armed forces, and during World War II was shot down over Burma, 1943, but survived. The incident was incorporated into his novel The Cider House Rules. Remember, that was another movie that was made. Yeah. Irving did not find out about his father's heroism until 1981, when he was almost 40 years old. Let's see. What else? Okay, there's really nothing else about his life. There's just a bunch of works. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Frederick Buechner. That's his mentor. American writer, novelist, poet, autobiographer, essayist, preacher, and theologian. He's an ordained Presbyterian minister and author of more than 30... early life. This is early life of this... 1 second. Carl Friedrich Buechner, the eldest son of Catherine Kuhn and Carl Friedrich Buechner Sr., was born in New York. During Buechner's early childhood, the family moved frequently as Buechner's father searched for work. Buechner recalls virtually... 1 second, man. Let me just let this beast out.
Let him out. Let the beast out.
Go. Yeah, it's cold outside. Look at this. You want to go out there? I don't think so. Okay. Stupid idea. Alright. Alright, my friend. Have a good time. 30 degrees out. What a schmuck. Anyway. Okay. Virtually every year of my life until I was 14, I lived in a different place, had different people to take care of me, went to a different school. Oh, you can only imagine what happened there. The only house that remained constant was the one where my maternal grandparents lived in a suburb of Pittsburgh called East Liberty. Apart from that one house on Woodland Road, home was not a place to me when I was a child. It was people. This changed in 1936 when Buechner's father committed suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning, a result of his conviction that he had been a failure. Okay. So this was his mentor, apparently. Here you go. Exeter Academy. The Buechners moved to Exeter, 1958. The Buechner faced the challenge of creating a new religion department, an academically rigorous curriculum that would challenge the often cynical views of his new students. My job, as I saw it, was to defend the Christian faith against its cultured despisers. To use Schleiermacher's phrase. To put it more positively, it was to present the faith as appealingly, honestly, relevantly, and skillfully as I could. During his tenure at Exeter, Buechner taught courses in both religion and English departments and served as school chaplain and minister. Also during the time, the family grew to include 3 daughters. For the school year, 1963-64, the Buechners took a sabbatical on their farm in Rupert, Vermont, during which time Buechner returned to his writing. In his 4th book, The Final Beast, was published in 1965. It was the first book he had written since ordination. The Final Beast represented a new style for Buechner, one in which he combined his dual callings as minister and as author. Buechner recalls of his accomplishments at Exeter. All told, we were there for 9 years, with 1 year's leave of absence tucked in the middle. By the time we left, the religion department had grown to 1 foot, blah, blah, blah. 200 students. Here you go. Among these students were the future author John Irving, who included a quotation from Buechner as an epigraph of his book, A Prayer for Owen Meany. One of Buechner's biographers, Marjorie Cassidy McCoy, describes the effect of his time at Exeter as follows. Buechner in his sermons had been attempting to reach out to the cultured despisers of religion. The students and faculty at Phillips Exeter had been, for the most part, just when he arrived at the school, and that it had been they who compelled him to hone his preaching and literary skills to their utmost in order to get a hearing for Christian faith. Interesting. I mean, let's read about the director of the movie. George Roy Hill. He directed Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, The Sting. What else? Slaughterhouse 5. Slapshot. Interesting. My favorite hockey movie.
Mine too.
Funny Farm.
Well, there's only two hockey movies, to be fair, but
he directed
it is the better of them.
Yeah. He directed Funny Farm with Chevy Chase and Madeline Smith.
Those are all classics. Everything that he, so far, that I've heard is a classic.
Yeah. Okay, so he directed that. Steve Tesich, that's a screenplay. He's a Serbian-American screenplay writer, so I guess he adapted the book to the movie. Here you go. Oxford Dictionaries credits Tesich with the first use of the term post-truth, which Oxford defined as circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping public opinion than appeals to emotion and personal belief. Ralph Keyes, author of the Post-Truth Era.
Okay, now read it again.
Yeah.
For the non-Ben Shapiro audience. One more time.
Oxford Dictionaries credits Tesich, this is the screenplay writer of this movie,
yes. Okay.
with the first use of the term post-truth, which Oxford defined as circumstances, quote, circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping public opinion than appeals to emotion and personal belief. Ralph Keyes.
The reason I wanted you to reread that slowly is because I thought it's very, very important what we stumbled upon here.
Yeah. Ralph Keyes, author of the Post-Truth Era, 2004, also says he first saw the term in the 1992 Nation essay by the late Steve Tesich. Post-Truth was Oxford's 2016 Word of the Year. Okay. So now, best screenplay, okay. Interesting. In 2000,
Tesich. His name is Ralph Tesich?
No. Steve Tesich. Stoyan Steve Tesich. He's a Serbian guy. Unbelievable. He graduated from Indiana Universities with a BA in Russian. Could it be that this guy was a freaking KGB agent? Operative in America? He immigrated to the United States when he was 14 years old.
Are you reading the Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
He was member of Phi Kappa Psi fraternity. He went on to do graduate work at Columbia, receiving an MA in Russian literature in 1967. Exactly, there you go. After graduation, he worked as a Department of Welfare caseworker in Brooklyn. Socialist. You understand? Next, this is
I want you to read that again. I want you to read it again.
Read what?
About the last two sentences.
Tesich graduated from Indiana University in 1965 with a BA in Russian. He went on to do graduate work at Columbia University, receiving an MA in Russian literature in 1967. After graduation, he worked as a Department of Welfare caseworker in Brooklyn.
In 1968.
1968. There you go.
Well, there's our 68.
Yeah. Speaking of Czech, Miroslav Ondřiček, this is the cinematographer of the movie.
Yeah.
He worked on Amadeus. You know Amadeus, that movie?
Yep.
He was born in Prague. He studied filmmaking at the Barrandov Studio Training School. He began making movies during the Czech New Wave. His first feature film was on Milos Forman's talent competition. He continued his long working relationship with Forman in the U.S., such as Hair, Ragtime, and Amadeus. What else? That's all it says. Here you go. Filmography. Riding in Cars with Boys. Remember that movie? That freaking movie?
Yeah, I think so.
You should know. You know.
Who's in that movie? Was it?
Drew Barrymore and Steve Zahn.
Yeah.
Brittany Murphy, Lorraine Bracco, James Woods is in it, so, you know. Let's see.
Brittany Murphy.
Yeah.
Was probably murdered.
Yeah. Preacher's Wife, he did, cinematography, with, what's his face? Denzel. A League of Their Own. Awakenings with De Niro and Ron Williams.
Yeah.
Funny Farm, Heaven Help Us, Amadeus, Silkwood, The World According to Garp, Hair, and then other stuff we don't really know. Ragtime. He was nominated for Ragtime and Amadeus. He won Best Cinematographer BAFTA for Amadeus.
You know, we're gonna read about this about a lot of the stuff that you're mentioning in the occult section of this podcast.
Oh yeah, the occult section. Dude, I mean, this Tesic guy, the guy who wrote the screenplay, I for sure. Oh, he was born in Uzice, Nazi-occupied Serbia in 1942. And
how nice.
Yes. And
he died. He was 53 when he died.
This guy must have been a freaking Gebeshnik. I don't know. I mean, like, there's no. You know what? Let's see. Let's. There you go. Nadia Tesic. That's his daughter. Here you go. Post-truth politics. That's a second entry. When you write Steve Tesic KGB. Here.
Wow.
One second. Let's take a look. Must include KGB. Okay. There you go. The Fisher King.
Dude, I literally just told you the Fisher King was the movie that traumatized me for many years. Like, seriously, like, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
Not to me. I'm sure it's funny to other people, but it's not funny to me. Yeah. I couldn't walk in the hallways as a kid by myself in my building.
Yeah. Here. 1 second.
As you can imagine, that's very inconvenient.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me just see. Yeah, man. This guy... Here you go. The term post-truth politics appears to have developed from other adjectival uses of post-truth, such as post-truth political environment, post-truth world, post-truth era, post-truth society, and very close cousins.
Hold on. Before we get too carried away, was he critical of it, or was he promoting it?
Let's read. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to get the bottom of this.
All right.
And very close cousins such as post-fact society and post-truth presidency. According to Oxford dictionaries, the Serbian-American playwright Steve Tesic may have been the first to use the term post-truth in a 1992 essay in The Nation. Tesic writes that following the shameful truth of Watergate, more assuaging coverage of the Iran-Contra scandal and Persian Gulf War demonstrates that we, as a free people, have freely decided that we want to live in some post-truth world. However, as Harsin notes, the term was in academic circulation in the 1990s. The media studies scholar John Hartley used the term post-truth as a title of a chapter, Journalism in Post-Truth Society, in his 1992 book, The Politics of Pictures. And now they get into, like, in 2004, Ralph Keyes used the term post-truth era in his book by that title. In it, he argued that deception is becoming more prevalent in the current media-driven world. According to Keyes, lies stopped being treated as something inexcusable and started being viewed as something acceptable in certain situations, which supposedly led to the beginning of the post-truth era. The same year, American journalist Eric Alterman spoke of a post-truth political environment and coined the term the post-truth presidency in his analysis of the misleading statements made by the Bush administration after 9/11 in 2001. In a 2004 book, Post-Democracy, Colin Crouch used the phrase post-democracy to mean a model of politics where elections certainly exist and can change governments, but public electoral debate is a tightly controlled spectacle, managed by rival teams of professional expert in the techniques of persuasion, and considering a small range of issues selected by those teams. Crouch directly attributes the advertising industry model of political communication to the crisis of trust and accusations of dishonesty that a few years later... What does that click, man?
That was me. Okay. Sorry, that was an accident.
A few years later, others have associated with post-truth politics. More recently, scholars have followed Crouch in demonstrating the role of professional political communications contribution to distrust and wrong beliefs, where strategic use of emotion is becoming the key to gaining truth for truth statements. The term post-truth politics may have originally been coined by the blogger David Roberts in a blog post for Grist, on April 1st, 2010. Roberts defined it as a political culture in which politics, public opinion, and media narratives have become almost entirely disconnected from policy, the substance of legislation. Post-truth was used by philosopher Joseph Heath to describe the 2014 Ontario election. The term became widespread during the campaigns for the 2016 presidential election in the United States and for the 2016 Brexit referendum on membership in the EU and the United Kingdom. Concept. We pretty much know what the concept is.
I still, for some reason, I don't know if I'm just dumb. I still can't get a clear idea of whether or not he's critical of it or
let's see. Let's find the article that he wrote. Let's see. This was in 1992. I want to read the article. Let's read the article. Steve Tesich. Let's see. Steve. I don't know what my computer's doing. I think I'm being hacked. Let's see. The Nation. Come on. Oh, seriously? 1992. Dude, what the flip? What's going on over here? Oh, God. Okay, whatever. Okay. See, somebody wrote a critique to the thing. But this is an article from 2016. Where's the actual article? Let's see. No. The rural poor get poorer. No. Tesich. No. Let's see. A Government of Lies. Here you go. It's called A Government. Come on. Of Lies. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the computer. I really don't. This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay. Here you go. If I can even get to this link. Okay. This is just like a thing of it. In his article, Government of Lies, this is like a commentary on the article. I can't really find the article itself. Hold on. Here you go. Scribd, PDF. Deleted. You can't find the damn thing. Let's see, INSS.org. Hello. Institute of National Security Studies. See, let's just read whatever, like a critique of it or whatever you want to call it. Okay. In his article, Government of Lies, in The Nation, Steve Tesich argues American society has made the conscious decision to live in a post-truth world at the expense of democracy. Tesich explains how humans desire to protect their self-esteem.
I got to interrupt you for a second.
What?
You know, as you were reading this, as you were looking for the article, and it reminds me of the time when I'm spending time looking for stuff, and I'm thinking, the folks at home, their time is being wasted. And then I thought, we should probably just try to prepare.
Yeah.
Some, maybe some of this material. Yeah. And then I realized that would be post-truth. The truth is, we're not going to do that.
Can I just keep reading? Is it okay if I keep reading? Yes, I hear what you're saying, but it's okay.
Okay, I don't want to live in a post-truth reality. We're trying to go against that.
Yeah, listen, this is what, you realize this is what Joe Rogan's show used to be, like the first hundreds of episodes of the dude just looking at stuff on the internet in real time. You think they were prepared? Right. No, they weren't prepared. They were just randomly bantering. That's what it was. All right.
Do you hear my robot struggling?
No.
My robot is struggling. Just a minute. Ow!
The hell?
I feel bad for it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guy. Oh, he was stuck underneath the fridge. I feel bad for it. Look at it. It's a thing. And it's so cute. It's doing its little job. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. In his article, A Government of Lies, in a Nation, Steve Tesich argues American society has made the conscious decision to live in a post-truth world at the expense of democracy. Tesich explains how humans' desire to protect their self-esteem has allowed government figureheads to shield the public from the truth dating back to Nixon's administration.
So far, he's critical of it.
Let's keep going. The author criticized society in the hopes of squashing any further travel into a post-truth nation. There we go. Where the truth ceases to matter, and our founding fathers' democracy looks more like a totalitarian regime. It seems like whatever he made of the movie, he was trying to critique these psychos, but the way, I guess, it was presented, it was a little like, almost presenting it in let's say a laissez-faire kind of way, nonchalant.
Okay, so the guy who wrote the book, the guys who made the movie, they weren't necessarily promoting these people, but these people exist.
Yeah.
These stories.
Yeah. They exist, and they were shown.
This is what it's like for people who grew up on the Upper West Side.
Yeah.
Or in these like weirdo, compounds.
Yeah. See, Tessich's argument is supported by anecdotal evidence. The author did not need statistics showing public opinion to support his argument. The article's evidence and logic lies in the author's dissection of the government's action and public's lack of action. There you go. That's what we talked about yesterday. Tessich argued that George H.W. Bush administrations felt safe in deceiving the public about Persian Gulf War, since it knows that the truth would have little impact on us because we as free people have freely decided that we want to live in some post-truth world. If the public would, I wonder what he would say about, he passed away, I wonder what he would say about Schmeck-Scenes. That's what I wonder. If the public would rather have government hold its hand, then one must expect secret actions will take place without public knowledge or consent. Tessich explained how the American public looked to our government to protect us from the truth, instead of questioning if actions are in the best interest of the nation. The government is only held accountable if its people hold it accountable. As discussed in the article, the swift pardoning of Richard Nixon for the Watergate scandal, hiding audio tapes of phone conversations, started the avalanche that eventually allowed the government to censor the press, while the public embraced a war they did not have the facts about. Sadly, the proverbial saying of giving someone an inch motivates them to take a mile appears true. The only thing I find troubling here is that he didn't mention any Democrats. It is important to note that the author is not saying government has suddenly become evil. In fact, Tessich claimed that it is we who have changed. We have transformed what we have perceived. He was referring to the public's shifting view towards President Bush. However, the idea of a shift in perception ruminates through the article. We have allowed our government to lie in exchange for a little piece of the mind. You can't handle, he has a gif. You can't handle the truth. The author, this is from 2017, by the way, this person is writing. The author also argued that the more we as a society stray from the truth, the closer we move towards totalitarian government. Tessich claimed that we are becoming prototypes of a people that totalitarian monsters could only drool about in their dreams. When the will of the people is absent in government, democracy cannot flourish. He supports this notion of eroding democracy by reflecting on our changing views of moral absolutes. In the Constitution, the words, "these truths to be self-evident," including the idea that no person is another's property, are written and are interpreted as moral absolutes, with which we as citizens are expected to value and uphold. However, acceptance of President Bush's idea that there are few moral absolutes in this world puts this concept in jeopardy. Ideas that are supposed to be common sense, like freedom of oppression, have been challenged and won. By continuing to let the government lie to us, we have given them ownership over us. They control the information, so they control us, making the public property of the government. This goes against the founders' language in the Constitution. The author expressed that democratic institutions are eroding. We are trading freedom of choice for government control. However, I cannot help but wonder if this is human nature. Tessich questioned the founders' motives for the self-evident inclusion in the Constitution, for had they been certain that they were self-evident to one and all, there would have been no need to spell them out. He pondered whether or not the founders feared a time where those truths could no longer be self-evident at all. Maybe as we have evolved, what was true for one generation is not true for another. BS. If we value democracy and desire freedom, then the shift in ideology is frightening. One could infer that we have lost our humanity by allowing this shift to occur. However, if it is an evolutionary change in human behavior due to changes in society, maybe an oppressive government is needed to bring about a new and improved humanity. Also, this psycho is writing. One of Tessich's arguments really ate away at me. Tessich stated, "We have reached a faulty national consensus that there is a crisis in our education system, when in reality we don't want them to be well educated, for education leads to confrontation, which the government wants to avoid." He explained that our education system has not failed. In fact, we have taught exceptionally well to the point where many Americans seek self-fulfillment in some narrow sphere of self-interest. This saddened me because I see truth in it. It is easy to become self-involved through the education system of the United States. What makes a great teacher is someone who allows their students to grow individually, but we do not have nearly the number of great teachers we should. We are taught to think in certain ways to achieve certain grades, and it is only through higher education that most learn to embrace knowledge to the fullest. Those that cannot afford higher education, however, are ones at risk of single-mindedness, which is total BS.
Nonsense.
This guy's a leftist
Sounds like a person who's never had a real job in their life.
I believe that today we have started to question more. Maybe not as a whole, but groups of people have increasingly peeked inside to start to find the real answers and hold those who represent us in power accountable. More people will just have to see that and help in the quest for the truth. We need to keep our government and our democracy honest. This guy's a...
Can I tell you something? I have a theory.
Yeah.
How the commies trained political operatives.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And, we don't have to go into Bond villain stuff.
Yeah.
All they had to do really is create a couple of little kind of havens for liberals. Okay?
Yeah.
Little circles, right? So they create a guy, like this guy. Let's say hypothetically. I don't know. I'm creating a hypothetical guy.
Yeah.
Okay, he's the son of some politician or somebody, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, they surround this kid with Frank Marshall Davis.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Okay, they surround him with cool, sexy hippie chicks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
They listen to awesome music.
Yep.
They talk about philosophy. They spend all their time. Nobody works.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to because somehow their life just is supported. So somebody's always there to kind of,
For sure.
You know what I mean? It's sort of like, I'm not going to say it's. There's just like one moment in Joyce's life. James Joyce, the writer.
Yeah.
Where some people thought that his writing was so remarkable, which it was.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That, there was like anonymous contributors just to kind of keep him alive so he can produce, right? So imagine that kind of scenario all the time, but for useless people, not Joyce.
Yeah.
Okay? So they grew up in this environment. They've never had any taste of reality. You know what I mean? The people that they are interacting with are high level, okay? Somehow their schooling is always taken care of, okay?
Yeah.
And they're always happy because they have good drugs and sexy girls to have sex with.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do to create you get a couple of guys like that who don't live in the real world. They didn't have a real, true human upbringing. Yeah. Okay, and then they go out into the world and say, guys, come on, we got a Bill Maher type guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They say a lot of sophisticated sounding gibberish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. For stays.
They know how to appeal to emotions.
So who do you think this Tesich guy is? Do you think he's a legit critic of what the hell's going on, or you think he's just a person who was planted?
I think it's hard to say. The truth is I don't know. Okay, but I'm not even really commenting directly on Tesich. I'm just talking about a type that I've come to know.
Yeah.
And I had different experiences in my life.
Yeah.
The truth is I haven't really known people like this for at least a decade. But I had very colorful interactions.
Yeah, same.
With a lot of people
in the club world, especially in the underground, whatever.
In the club world, on the Upper West Side, people, different types of circles. Like intellectual. You know what I mean? Like little kind of like esoteric little clubs.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like because I've had friends who invited me to various parties. I had a little sampling of all the different types of circles of weirdos and political groups in New York.
Yeah.
Also, I feel bad saying this because I'm about to Farrakhan us, but a little bit in Israel too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was disturbing.
Yeah.
You know what was the most disturbing?
No.
Now in Israel, it wasn't that much. I didn't really get to know that many political things, but I got to know a level of people that are so weak in their mind and body that I found it disturbing, and I don't understand how it came to this.
Okay.
This is like during Sfira Omer, and this is when I was in Mayanot. And there's one of the guys who this guy was actually cool. I'm not going to say his name, but he was actually studying to be a filmmaker. And and then he was in yeshiva, and he was going to go back to finish his filmmaking career. Awesome guy. But being a filmmaker, you have certain interactions, and you're around certain circles. So he knew this guy from Canada who was a rich kid and a flake, big time flake.
Yeah.
And he's like, let's go, because this guy, the director, he got to know me a little bit, got to know what kind of guy I am, right? Yeah. And he goes, man, I want you to come with me, all right? Yeah. And I'm like, why? He goes, I'm going to just, let's go to a party. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I only realized later that he did this because it was amusing, because he knew there was going to be a clash between me and the people.
I have a friend who did this to me once. He wanted me to literally argue with this stupid leftist girl for his own entertainment.
So basically, I'm the type of person, right, that all you got to do is not come at me swinging, right?
Same, yeah.
And I will do anything for you.
Yeah.
I don't care if you stink.
Yeah.
If you come to me and you crap your pants, I'll help you clean yourself.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
I won't even. It's hard for me to say something.
Yeah.
To be rude and to hurt somebody's feelings in any situation.
Same. And it doesn't matter what their political beliefs are and stuff like that.
All you got to do is not say Jews are cancer, and then you got my love. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I always tell people I'm nice until you mess with me.
There's a very it's so hard to get me to to be
sure.
So basically, when it comes to not physical stuff, I'm not necessarily scared of physical confrontation.
Yeah.
Only because I've had a number of experiences. Yeah. But I am scared of situations where you're going to hurt somebody's feelings.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right. Even if somebody stinks really bad, even if somebody, because you wonder if you say something, are you going to destroy this person for the rest of their life?
Yeah.
There's for instance, a pretty girl, right?
Yeah.
Gorgeous, right? But she's talking to me and her breath stinks.
Yeah.
If I say your breath stinks, I don't know who she is. I could destroy her.
Yeah, for sure.
You never know. You never know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I fear that greatly. So
you
I'm
never
not
know people's insecurities because you know your insecurities. So it's almost like an empathic empathy.
I don't have many insecurities. I kind of come to grips with the stuff that used to bother me.
Dude, but you're talking about you always talk about the whole nose thing and the whole face for radio.
Yeah, the nose thing. Yeah, of course it bothered me.
Yeah.
I look different.
Yeah.
Dude, I made this joke on the construction site where the foreman, it was me, the foreman, and two other electricians, right? Uh-huh. And he made some joke about my nose. Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, you got a big nose. And then the other guys got a little worried. I'm like, yeah. And I goes, hey, listen, that's okay. All your noses look weird to me,
Yeah. I mean, it's like being Chinese, yeah.
The foreman laughed harder probably than he almost crapped his pants.
Yeah.
Okay, because he's a wise guy shtick.
Yeah.
That's what he didn't hurt my feelings because I can recognize shtick, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that I look different than almost every kid that I grew up with.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way to.
Yeah.
You're not crazy for noticing that. You know what I mean? So whatever. You know what I mean? I'm okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But other people, I've had experiences with other people because I've been roughed up.
Yeah.
In my life, you know what I mean? I'm not claiming to be a victim. I'm just saying that when you go through a little bit of roughness, and then so you kind of get used to it and you get a little tough. That's it.
Yeah.
But I've encountered people who are just shockingly they just get destroyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is what scares me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why anyway, I went to this party. And obviously they're sitting in a circle. One guy's playing the guitar.
Oh, that kind of crap.
Listen. Okay.
Was this in Nachlaot or something?
Yes, this was in Nachlaot.
Oh God.
No. I take it back. It was Rehavia.
Same crap. Oh, Moshe House.
Rich. Richie. What?
Moshe House? No.
No. This was a guy, his buddy, who had rented like a house basically.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you know how much? Can you imagine what it costs to rent a house in Rehavia?
It's a lot. Yeah, it's not cheap.
Okay. Yeah. Rehavia is where the prime minister.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. So basically, Gone Soccer is beautiful. I actually loved Rehavia. That was the first place that I lived when I went to Mayanot. That Mayanot was in Rehavia on Sharei Chesed. You know Sharei Chesed?
Yes,
it's like 2 blocks.
Dude, I know exactly what that is. I know exactly
I
used to go to the mikveh there.
What a blessed little drop of heaven that place is.
Yeah.
Anyway, so okay, we go to this party, and you have like very kind of like delicate girls, like very like they're pretty, but they seem unsubstantial.
I know.
You know, they're almost like spirits, kind of. I
know.
Okay. And they're nice, but they're very kind of like, you know, don't open the window if you have like a strong breeze, they might get upset. It's like everything is like very delicate and brittle and hypersensitive, and you hypersensitive.
Yeah.
So I see, you know, there's a couple of people smoking pot, right? And then so, you know, kind of like sitting in a turtle, we're talking, and I look very different than everybody there. Actually, me and this other guy, he's not as like I was probably like, right now I'm like 210. Back then I was probably like 235.
You're saying different as in like you have a beard and everybody else just kind of like.
No, I never had I only had a beard for the last year. I never grew a beard.
Okay.
I was just like, I was a husky dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was by far the biggest.
Yeah.
They looked at me like I was an animal, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like Jim Gaffigan when he wasn't a schmuck.
Yeah.
He was he had this thing where he went to Japan, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, the cab drivers, they get out and they open the door for you there, right?
Yeah.
The first time they did that, I was like, you know, I was thinking to myself, he's like, oh, this guy is thinking, the Japanese taxi driver in his mind is thinking, oh, look at this animal, I don't want him to touch my car. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. They wouldn't let me touch, you know what I mean? Like, because he looks like a big, like, lug, right? Compared to a Japanese person. That's how I felt compared to these people.
Yeah. I get it.
You understand? I felt like they looked at me like I was early man.
Yes. Yeah.
I stole that line from Lisa Kudrow, by the way. Anyway, so she's a funny lady.
Yeah.
Anyway, so basically, I think she's John Lovitz's cousin or something.
Is she? Oh, I didn't know. She's for sure Jewish. I mean, that's.
No, she's Jewish, but I think she's very funny and intelligent.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I don't want to know her politics. I want to feel good about someone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So basically, we're sitting, and you know, I'm trying to have like a conversation. I feel there's a tension around because of me.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, like imagine there's like a bull that comes to hang out in your china shop, right?
Yeah.
And it seems intelligent, and it wants to just have a conversation.
Yeah.
But then you're kind of tense because it can decide to just get up and start, you know, go crazy or something like that. That's how it felt when I was there.
Yeah.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
That's what I thought they were thinking.
Yeah.
And then I saw people smoking weed, and I saw somebody like smoking nargila, right?
Yeah.
Hookah, whatever.
Yeah.
And and then I asked if it would be okay if I smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, sure, it should be okay.
Yeah.
And then he started like rolling a cigarette.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they do.
You know, with some kind of like organic, you know, gourmet tobacco.
Yeah,
whatever.
BS.
Okay.
Whatever,
yeah.
Okay.
So we're talking, and you know, we're having a conversation. I think the conversation is going okay. I feel weird there. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's like,
dude, I know exactly what you're talking about because I've been in those situations in that, not just in that neighborhood, but in Jerusalem in general, and it's just. I end up leaving.
No, I've never experienced. I mean, this is not the norm in Jerusalem. Most people are normal in Jerusalem. But these are really foofy people.
No, bro, they're not normal.
And by the way, these are not religious Jews.
Dude, most Anglos in Jerusalem are not. No offense to anybody listening to this, they are not what you would consider normal. No, they're not. Anyway, go on.
I don't know. I had a different experience, but I guess you were there more recently.
I was there.
But I was just saying that when I was there,
what years were you there?
Hardy.
What years were you there?
I was there in 2000.
Okay. So since in the last 10 years, things have really changed. Yeah. Let's just put it that way. Anyway,
when I was in Israel, I just want to speak to my experience. When I was in Israel, the majority of Israelis are hardy people. Okay, strong mentally.
They still
strong
are.
Physically.
Israelis still are. Yeah.
Okay, strong mentally and physically, and they're generally kind people.
Yeah.
And helpful. Even even leftists, when they forget they're leftists for a second.
Correct.
You could almost like imagine that they're not.
Because most of them did the army. Most of them live in Israel.
Yeah.
They have their views, but they also have like their humanity. So stop.
Right. When they that's what I'm saying. When leftist forgets his views,
because you know why? Because they were raised by their parents who are like these left of center, still kind of Zionist. So that's the value. That's what they were raised with. They still have like normal family structures, even though they're leftists.
Yeah. So even though they stand for destroying that structure, but anyway,
whatever. Yeah, they don't know that.
So basically, I'm smoking a cigarette, and then out of nowhere, and only me. The guy's like, the guy who rents the place, he's like, God, you know what he looks like? He looks like the singer from In Excess.
Yeah.
Look just like him.
The
just
main
like
guy?
Yeah. The same build, almost the same face, the same curly, like long hair, you know? And he's kind of sitting there, you know, with his kind of like shoulder up to his like chin, twirling his hair, and that's making me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Okay. And then he goes, you know what? Would you mind putting your cigarette out? It's very strong. It's like very offensive.
Yeah. He used the word offensive.
Yeah, he did. It's while smoking one of his cigarettes, and there's people smoking weed, and so I got the sense that my presence there was difficult to be tolerated.
It had nothing to do with the cigarette. It was just something
right.
Else. Yeah.
So I waited so I just waited. I was like, okay, no problem. I put it out, and I'm like, and then I waited a couple of minutes, okay, and then I said to my friend, listen, I got to get going. I'm supposed to meet Rabbi so and so. But anyway, thank you very. I got the hell out of there because it felt icky.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
To be around that level of weakness.
I know. Believe me, dude. And this stuff is like very prevalent now in Jerusalem. It's they've invaded Jerusalem. These people have invaded. A lot of them are Shomer Shabbos, whatever, you know, grew up frum, modern Orthodox. Listen, that's not to say that there are not people like myself, Baruch Hashem. There are good people with whom you can have a rapport, and they're great, and they're awesome. But then there's this also kind of parallel realm of these people, you know?
Yeah.
Some of them
but I want to reiterate that this was a standout experience.
These days it's not going to be standout. These days it's going to be 50% of the experiences. Either they are from modern Orthodox circles, or they are from, you know, the JTS crowd.
Right, but
Jewish Theological Seminary.
I don't want the story to get muddled. The people that I was hanging out with were not religious at all.
I hear what you're saying. They
were just rich. They were just rich people who were renting. You know, on vacation or whatever.
I hear. But
on vacation.
I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is that what you're describing today is 50% of the norm in Jerusalem. Forget about Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is already a whole other realm. If anything, Tel Aviv is probably going in the more, as far as the Anglo scene is concerned, might be going in the right direction, and Jerusalem's going in the opposite direction. Whatever. It's just this whole cholent now.
Tel Aviv is a mess, man. It's just.
But listen, among the mess, I have a friend who runs very. Cool,
I liked it. I enjoyed being there, but it's just a mess.
It is a mess, yeah. It is a mess. But
you know what's hard?
Yeah.
To deal with people who are proud of their mess.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's one of the problems of like Tel Aviv or places like that.
Yeah.
Where you know, like if you let the guy talk, he's going to complain about, oh, that lady got raped by an Eritrean, that lady got raped by an Eritrean, that lady but so you let them talk, right? Yeah. And then but if you're critical, they're like, oh, there's a lot of stuff wrong. You know what I mean? They're so like what's the word? Insecure.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a brain disease. Leftism is a brain disease.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Yeah, man. So how did we even get on this topic of?
I don't know, but I would like to read something.
Okay.
So I was shocked that, like, I saw this clip from Joe Rogan. Mm-hmm. This is apparently a recent clip when he was talking to Tim Kennedy, right? This, like, famous special forces dude, a Navy SEAL guy.
Yeah.
And he's the host. That was me again, sorry. Apparently he's the host of some show called Hunting Hitler.
Yeah.
So they go, all right, so anyway, he was talking about this place called the Colony of Dignity, Colonia Dignidad.
Yeah.
So listen, let me just read this, okay? Now, I don't know, the name of this website is Messy Nessie Chick. Messy Nessie Cabinet of Curiosities.
Yeah.
I don't know who this person is. They're obviously some kind of writer or blogger.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Messy Nessie.
Yeah.
If anybody, this was written in 2016. Okay. I know nothing about whether or not this person is telling the truth, but I was just like, this is the article that they talked about on Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie found this article. Okay. All right. I was sent a deep and dark rabbit hole today. I was sent down a deep and dark rabbit hole today when I came across a new movie trailer for Colonia. The film is based on true events. It has, what's her name? Hermione. She's in it.
Yeah.
The film?
Yeah.
The film is based on true events.
Yeah.
Never heard of it. Which took place in the 1970s. Chile. At the Colonia Dignidad, a dangerous cult that was revealed to have Nazi ties.
Dude, can I ask you something? Do you get the feeling that Hollywood makes these movies to show us what they're doing to us? So it's almost like the actors are participating in these movies as almost like a cry for help, but at the same time, they're participating in torturing us. You know what I mean? Like, but almost
in some part, I think that they're doing this.
It's like a remez. It's like a remez, like a hint.
If they make a movie about it, then they bring it into the realm of entertainment and absurdity.
Yeah.
So it can't be. So the reality can't really be taken seriously.
Yeah. Or they're just trying to say, like, you know, it's almost like they feel bad about it, so they're just kind of making a movie about it just to, like, as a catharsis for themselves. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't count on that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Why you shouldn't count on that? That's like a whole episode unto itself. Because you would have to really delve into and analyze the psychology of the people who end up in Hollywood, who they are, what they do. First of all, you have to understand there's a filtration system for who ends up in Hollywood and who ends up being allowed to tell stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a simple place where you can go and tell a story.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to read this article, okay? Yeah. So this took place in 1970s Chile at the Colonia Dignidad, a dangerous cult that was revealed to have Nazi ties and to have used torture among other atrocities within its inescapable walls.
Yeah.
Curiosity levels peaked. I immediately Googled the cult, which led me straight to the Wikipedia page of Villa Bavaria.
Yeah.
Okay, spelled Bavieira, not the normal spelling of the Baviera. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Villa Baviera. Okay.
Yes.
Formerly known as Colonia Dignidad, a torture colony turned tourist trap.
Yeah.
If you want to be on the same page as me when I began writing this article, you can watch the trailer that triggered my curiosity. I'll skip it. After reading through just a few paragraphs on Wikipedia, it's fascinating, I have already learned more about Colonia's history than I needed to in order to understand what kind of place it was. Okay, this author is an idiot, and Wikipedia is not a good source of anything. Okay. Joseph Mengele, the notorious Nazi concentration camp doctor, had almost certainly enjoyed refuge within its walls, according to evidence presented by both the CIA and the world's best known Nazi hunters, Simon Wiesenthal. Yeah. Then there was the cult's founder and leader, who was a former Nazi paramedic who had escaped child abuse charges in Germany. Other compelling footnotes include a local police discovery in 2005 of 2 illegal weapons caches. Is it caches or caches?
Caches, same thing. Yeah, you could either way. Okay. Either way.
Okay, so they found 2 of those in the colony. Okay, described as the largest arsenal ever found in private hands in Chile. They were stashing rocket launchers, machine guns, grenades, and even a battle tank.
Interesting.
Weird. Tourism, question mark, exclamation point. I cocked my head.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think that there's an advertisement that's blocking some of the text. Yes. What the hell? Oh my God, it won't let me see. All right, so anyway, tourism, I cocked my head sideways. What kind of tourism? Like a historical memorial museum for its victims? Not quite. I headed on over to the Villa Baviera website to find something. They have a website to find something really quite surreal. So here's what she found. I'm assuming this is a person because it's messy chick. I hope this is a lady. Okay. So you find it looks like Swiss Family Robinson, or not Swiss Family Robinson. Who's like the Sound of Music? Who are those people? Yeah. The Krippendorfs? No, not the Krippendorfs. That's a movie. The Gryffindors. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. The Hufflepuffs. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you see like a family dressed in like lederhosen. Okay. Oh my God. Like standing next to an idyllic looking creek with a lovely picturesque like bridge, and they're all blowing on those big horns, like Ricola, those like horns. Yeah. Right, those big ass horns. Okay? With everybody looks so cute. Okay. And then the next picture is one of the most beautiful pictures I've ever seen. It looks like you're in Switzerland or something like that in the Alps. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. But this is in Chile. Okay. And then you're greeted by this lovely tourist center. There's a German flag flying there, and next to a Chilean flag. And then underneath that, you see like these cute little kids wearing lederhosen doing their polka dance or whatever. Okay. Yeah. And then there's a guy in a restaurant wearing that weird German hat thing, with lederhosen, holding a beer stein, right? Yeah. And then his rosy-cheeked children, and whatever. Okay. And then the same guy with his wife relaxing in a lovely-looking outdoor jacuzzi. Okay, so this apparently awful place I've just been reading about. Now the subject of a dark Hollywood film is today a bona fide tourist leisure resort. In 2014, a reporter for Bloomberg visited the secluded resort after a 4-hour train ride from Santiago, past small vineyards, villages of sun-faded stucco, and writes an interesting account of his stay. On arrival at Villa Baviera, he spots the old lookout tower rising above the trees that was used to prevent escapees. A luxury hotel, a new restaurant, wedding tents, playgrounds, and swimming pool have since been added to accommodate the colony's new tourism venture. The searchlights are gone, but there's still a barbed wire fence. God. Yeah. And then there's like a black and white photo of the place. It looks like a concentration camp. In its heyday, you see like the barbed wire fence, you see like the walls, and it's crazy. In its heyday, as the cult founded by ex-Nazi paramedic and child molester Paul Schaefer in 1961, pictured on the right, Villa Baviera was home to some 300 German and Chilean residents who were segregated by sex and never allowed to leave the colony. Adults and children alike were forced to work in the field from sunup to sundown, and severe beatings and torture for disobedience were all too common. Television, telephones, and calendars were banned, but the enclosed community contained a school, a free hospital, 2 airstrips, a restaurant, and even a power station.
Yeah.
Sex was also banned at Dignidad unless Schaefer personally approved it.
Yeah.
And drugs were also administered, particularly to young girls, as a form of sedation. In 1997, Schaefer was arrested while on the run, again, following charges that he had molested 26 children from the colony.
Yeah.
There's a picture of him sitting with all these young boys around him, looking alarmed.
Yeah. Crazy.
Black and white picture. And then there were the kidnappings. During the Pinochet years, more than 1,100 people vanished in Chile. And in 1977, Amnesty International reported that many of them had been taken to the Colonia Dignidad, which had served as a special torture center for this military dictatorship. There's a picture black and white picture of people protesting the torture. In 1985, a Jewish Russian-born mathematics professor at Pennsylvania State University went missing while on a hiking trip near the Chilean border.
Yeah.
He is believed to have been tortured and killed, where tourists are now booking getaway weekends. The upcoming Hollywood film Colonia, starring Emma Watson and Daniel Bruhl, is based on these kidnappings. Okay. The colony's underground bunker and torture chamber was actually designed by a U.S. citizen, DIA agent, and professional assassin Michael Townley. How the hell did they get this information? He had moved to Chile after his father was appointed head of the Ford Motor Company. And then this author says, let's not forget Henry Ford was a notorious Nazi sympathizer, which is true.
Yeah.
Townley is currently living under the U.S. Witness Protection Program. You can read on this guy here, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to save that for a rainy day, all right? Yeah. Okay, but back to Villa Baviera, whose website brochure promises life in the new colony today has changed, readily admitting it had a difficult history to face. It was not easy. Here's a quote, I guess, from this. Yeah. It was not easy to reinvent itself, stand up, and look to the future with confidence. Yeah. The past weighs and is always knocking on the door of the new Villa Baviera, presenting itself as a place to enjoy country life
so weird.
And the traditions and delicacies of German heritage.
The hell?
Baviera, Baviera mostly attracts guests from Chile and can boast a 40% hotel occupancy rate on average.
Dude, you ever get the feeling that we live in Sodom, just like everywhere we go? Like anywhere we go is Sodom. Like you get on a plane, you go anywhere in the world, except for maybe like very few places, like maybe like some Arab countries. Yeah, like Arab countries and like maybe half of Israel, and everywhere else is just Sodom.
Well, I've been to places in America that are not Sodom.
Sure, but I mean like by and large, like I don't know, cities is Sodom.
I remember the first time I remember me and my dad were driving. I think it might have been even in Connecticut. I'm not sure. Yeah. And in Brooklyn, when you need like let's say you're in a car and you need directions, you just honk the horn at somebody, and they kind of give you like an upwards nod. Yeah. Meaning, what's up? And then you yell like Holland Tunnel, right? You don't even have to, and they go da 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 da. That's the rhythm in New York, right? Mm-hmm. Or it used to be. I don't know what it's like now. Mm-hmm. Okay, but one time, like this is like when I was like 11. We're driving, and my dad and he got lost, and we drove through this like nice, like cute little town, and there's an old guy sitting on his porch, and I was like, oh, let me ask this guy, and then I was about to honk the horn. My dad stopped me. He goes, no. Get out of the car. Yeah. Go slowly walk up to the gentleman. Mm-hmm. Tell him good afternoon. Mm-hmm. How are you? And then once he responds, ask him if he'd kindly give you directions. Yeah. My dad understood where he was and the kind of people. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't used to being in a normal place where people behave like human beings. Yeah. But my father apparently had experience with this.
Yeah. Exactly. That's very funny.
Yeah.
But that's something else. I'm talking about like Sodom in the sense of like culture. You can have nice people, but there's still Sodom mentality. That's not what I mean by Sodom. You understand what I mean by Sodom.
I might have to challenge you. I mean, I think you might be using the wrong term when you're saying Sodom, but I get what you're saying. I get that.
I'm talking about something where, like, you can go to you can go to the resort called hedonism, meet a lot of very nice people with good midos, but at the end of the day, it's a resort called hedonism.
No. If you're in a resort called hedonism, you're not meeting anybody with good midos.
No, I'm talking about people who are they're not. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not? Of course I am.
How would you define good midos?
I'm just talking about people who are,
they can be polite in conversation.
That's it. I'm talking about you can go to a place where everybody's polite, but their values are Sodom.
Okay, so good midos doesn't mean that you're just polite. Good midos means you have ethics.
I'm not talking about ethics. All I'm talking about is just basic, everyday politeness. But they have no ethics, so therefore it's Sodom. That's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
for the record,
that's what
I've never been to hedonism,
dude.
And I'm pretty sure Greg hasn't either.
Dude, you can go to probably. I don't know. I don't want to say a favela because they don't have ethics there either. But you could go to like some, I don't know, like Ramallah. You can go to Ramallah and people have a set of ethics. They may want to kill you because you're a Jew. That's a different story. But they have a set of ethics. There's probably things that you and I have more in common with people in Ramallah or people in Shechem, let's say Nablus, whatever, or East Jerusalem, than we do with people in Rahavia. Some of the people.
I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to challenge you a little bit, okay?
Okay.
If you are a person, and you hear this a lot from certain Muslims, I've met normal Muslims.
Yeah.
They exist.
Yeah.
Okay, but I've also met not normal Muslims.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the guy will be very generous.
Yeah.
Come over.
Yeah.
Let me take you out. Let me feed you this and that, and then very generous with all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But then he'll explain to you why it was completely justified for that father to murder his daughter
for sure.
because she brought a boyfriend home.
For sure. Yeah.
You understand? That's not good. That doesn't make up
either.
for it. The fact that you're going to feed a guest and take care of a guest, that doesn't make up for the fact that you think murdering a human being for it. Well, murder by definition, meaning it's killing immorally.
Yeah.
Okay, and the only moral killing that I can think of is self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even like in ancient Israel, capital punishment obviously existed, but there's a saying in the Talmud. They're saying that if there was one execution in the whole land of Israel within a 70-year period, they called that generation of the court or Sanhedrin, right?
Yeah.
They called that a bloody Sanhedrin.
Yeah, it was. They had like 2 total in its history or something like that, right?
Right. It was exceedingly rare.
Yeah.
People went out of their way
to
anything to make sure that somebody wouldn't be executed.
Yeah.
You know, they really went out of their way.
Correct.
Okay? So even with, the stern sounding laws, right, and the threat of execution, which was carried out and was there, execution by government, right, was exceedingly rare, much rarer than it is in the United States.
Yeah.
In its whole history, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not criticizing capital punishment, you know what I mean? Like Texas, they don't mess around.
Yeah.
Maybe that's good.
Yeah.
But it was rare in ancient Israel, is the point, okay? Anyway, so you're not going to make up for justifying, honor killing just because you're an excellent host
for sure
who feeds your guests.
No. That's
how they live. That's how they think.
Yeah.
That's not good Mitos.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying in general. I mean, it just seems to me that the Western world, basically the premise of like somebody has a nice suit and they're very, they sound all classy and this and that and the other, but they're into just some freaky stuff. That's what I was getting at ultimately. You know?
Yeah, no. I mean, look, people. One thing about politeness, right? Politeness, it's in itself, is a double-edged sword.
It's deceptive.
Yeah, because if you're polite, you can get away with a lot of evil just because you were polite.
Yeah, like
that's what we're seeing
Shmurla
now.
could sit there for an hour and just be polite with Lex Friedman, Shmurla, and nobody will think anything.
Right, just because you're polite, you can literally explain your plans for genocide in a polite way.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going, crinkly. You're not doing that.
And people go along with it because they're just like, wow, he sounds so like...
Right.
You know,
he's not the crinkly guy. Yeah. This guy sounds so nice.
Yeah, what do you mean? This guy's like Hitler? Yeah, he is like Hitler. We don't know anything about his parents. Except for that one article written by the Will Schmidt.
Hitler was the right guy for his time, because that's what the people wanted. The people needed to hear.
Yeah, they needed to hear
They responded to that.
Yeah, nobody responds to Skrikely Skrike. If anything, they thought that Trump was Skrikely Skrike, and
Trump is the nice one who sounds to them like Skrikely.
Yeah, he just sounds like it, but he doesn't actually. That's not him. He's the anti-Skrikely.
No, he's the opposite of it.
Yeah.
Okay, and Klaus Schwab is Skrikely.
Yeah.
Inside.
But he's more like... By the way, can I just tell you, that sounds nothing like him, but it sounds hilarious. I just want to say
it does sound like him, dude. You have to. I've listened to a lot of his interviews.
Can we listen to? Let's listen to the short clip where he talks about the wearables. So hold on.
There's this one
where he talks French, where he's speaking French. Just the fact that he speaks multiple languages. Leftists say, well, that's so like, why do you deride people that speak multiple languages? No, just the fact that this guy speaks multiple languages just shows you that he's like this Bond villain guy. He's able to convey his message.
I was looking more at his world, plans for world genocide.
Here.
More than his being a polyglot.
Here.
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir. Et d'abord, on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, c'est-à-dire wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante
Dude, stop speaking over him. Let the people hear what he really sounds like.
Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une...
Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand, ça?
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir. Et
that's him.
Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand, ça?
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir.
So.
What he sounds like.
Yeah. It's.
But that's not. But the point is that they understand. They always understood the power of communication, of rhythms, of tones, of the national mood, they understood what. Listen, Amalek are famous shapeshifters.
Of course.
On le dit.
Oops. Yeah, of course.
So let me finish reading this article. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so she goes on to show the amenities of this place with the $65 a night and Wi-Fi. Okay, there's pool tables, but the past is always lurking nearby.
Yeah.
Just beyond the children's playground, much of the infrastructure of the old colony remains. The bakery, dairy barn, furniture workshop, and various dog-eared buildings that can be found around the present-day resort were all part of the cult's enclave, where members were forced to make their livelihood while their leader held them captive. Okay. One of the Villa Baviera's front-of-house marketing pioneers, lifelong resident Anna Schnellenkamp.
Oh my God.
Probably wonder if she's related to John Mellencamp.
John Cougar, yeah.
Mellencamp.
Schmellencamp.
Came up, even though I like some of his songs, came up with the ideas to reinvent her colony by offering wedding ceremonies at the resort and launching their very own Oktoberfest celebration, which now attracts hundreds of visitors and generates thousands of dollars in revenue. Yeah. They show quaint pictures of cute little carriages with old people wearing lederhosen.
Dude, it's almost like somebody would make Auschwitz into like one of these places.
It's kind of what it's like.
Yeah.
In 2013, Anna's 86-year-old father was taken away in handcuffs along with 6 other elders of the colony. Okay. He was Paul Schaefer's head of security and is now serving 5 years in prison for his alleged complicity in the child abuse of which his former cult leader was accused of. In case you were wondering, Schaefer himself died in prison in 2010 while serving a 20-year sentence. In the tourism section of Villa Baviera website, alongside suggested leisure activities and facilities such as trekking, hydro biking, and hot tubs, you can also take a colonial tour. That is, from the looks of it, a tour of the colony's old secret bunkers where you can look at vintage spying equipment, eerie examination rooms, and other historical material which attempts to serve as a museum of Villa Baviera, acknowledging the human rights abuses that occurred there to both outsiders and its own people. It's freaking crazy. Yeah. You gotta see these pictures. It's so pretty here. Quote, "It's so pretty here. This place invites you to fall in love with it. Yeah. The people are so cordial, so gentle." A young Colombian couple staying at Villa Baviera told that the Bloomberg reporter told that to a Bloomberg reporter. The colony's past and the intrusions of history were apparently not strong enough to ruin their vacation. Yeah. You know, in that documentary that I sent to you, those elderly people were the children that were abused.
Crazy.
And for some reason, they're trying to get compensated from the German government. I don't understand why.
Well, I guess because
there's so many things I don't understand about this. I don't understand why these are German children that were abused. Yeah. I don't understand.
I guess the programs were German programs, like Germany. You know, this is the Nazi programs. It's not like the Chilean government necessarily formulated this. So why would they? You know, they're not going to get anything out of the Chilean government. It's like the claims conference. What, we're going to get something out of the Polish or the Ukrainians? No, we went after the German government.
I mean, right. I mean, actually, it would seem that it's more the Chilean government's fault for allowing this to exist, knowingly using it. Right? I don't understand how imprisoning and making German blonde-haired, blue-eyed children into slaves and abusing them fits into the Nazi. I thought you were supposed to cultivate those kids.
I don't know unless you're trying
this is just some of the people, and so basically, they were not compensated. A lot of these people are claiming that they're very traumatized, they're physically damaged. So it's pretty sad if it's true. It's really sad. Yeah. Okay, and then back to that Joe Rogan interview with this guy Tim Kennedy. He was saying that he went to this village, and by the way, this is not an isolated type of village. They've had a bunch of these type of places in Argentina and in Chile and other places in South America. It's Brazil. Okay? So this is just one example. And this one is like, this is like probably the most famous one because somehow it got out and now it's not officially a German, one of these places. But Tim Kennedy went there and he was interviewing these people. Okay? And I guess he was told, he told the interpreter to tell them that he was just a reporter for a travel vacation website. That he was going to find, he was getting information. And then he talked to them because Tim Kennedy is like, he's like a big, strong, white dude. Yeah. Right? And they were very nice to him. Yeah. And so they thought that, brother, look at this guy, right? Yeah. But he's not. Tim Kennedy, he's like this awesome dude. He's a Navy SEAL, Yeah. And he said, one thing he said in the interview, he's like, when I was in Afghanistan, we found, there's some guys who were throwing acid in children's faces. Gosh. I found those guys and I killed them.
Oh my God.
And he did.
Yeah. That's absolutely insane.
So that's anyway. So they didn't realize that's who they're talking to.
Yeah.
And so he was asking them. He's like, so your grandfather, you guys are all related to like SS guys, and they're like, yes, we're very proud of it. Yeah. And he was there this year.
It's crazy.
They're not reformed. Villa Baviera is the reform place.
Yeah.
They're just trying to survive because they can't, they don't know how to make a living because they grew up in a cult.
Yeah. It's almost like Hasidish, Lahavdil, people who just...
Fucking Greg, Jesus Christ.
I said Lahavdil, man. I'm saying...
Lahavdil. Dude, no one in the world knows what Lahavdil is.
To separate the two. Lehavdil, to make Havdalah.
Very...
Lechavdil is a word we say we want to separate two things, one thing that's holy and one thing that's secular, or not holy. So it's similar to where these people who grew up in those societies, they don't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah, I suppose that, listen, there's other similarities too. The people in this cult were humans, and, there's I don't know if that's a good comparison because you have that in so many different. That's just a general human thing.
Yeah.
Honey.
What is that noise?
My wife is hard of hearing. She turns on the tea kettle.
Oh my God.
Doesn't hear it.
Yeah, I hear. Someone I dated didn't have a sense of smell, so I could give her flowers and they couldn't smell them.
Well, do you like the smell of flowers?
Depends which ones.
In cartoons, everybody likes to smell flowers. I don't like the smell of flowers.
You know what I like? I like peppers. When you go Israel or let's say San Diego, they have the peppers growing. Those smell awesome. Peppers.
Peppers are cool.
Yeah.
And you know what? I just remembered? I like the smell of the citrus groves in Kfar Chabad. You know how they grow they have little orange and mandarin orchards.
Different places in Israel they have that. Yeah.
And jasmine, the smell of jasmine flowers. That's actually beautiful.
Yep.
I guess I like chamomile and mint. I guess there's some stuff I like.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Israel has all those cool smells because when I get to Israel I'm I just go, I inhale, I go, and I'm like, oh my God, it's like oxygen,
I know, no, it was a weird experience. It's
amazing.
This is like,
and the Israelis are just
different.
What? The Israelis are like, what? And they're so used to it, they don't realize,
Yeah. I know, the air is different in Israel, no question. When you're in Jerusalem, the clouds seem low.
They're very, well, it's a mountain. Stop.
I know, but it looks like you're up in the heights of somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that. But anyway, so continuing. It's clear that the community's residents count themselves among the victims. Mm-hmm. The website describes themselves as men and women who can fall in love and form normal families that they could not have. They raise their own children, hug them freely, and care for them as their parents could not do with them before. That's probably true. And most importantly, they are able to take the community's future in their hands without slavery or submissions of any kind, free to start again, free to relive. It's difficult to read that and not think, why shouldn't they be allowed the chance to start again? Mm-hmm. And then you think about it a little more, and something about it just feels off. How many other elder residents and former heads of security are living amongst the victims at Villa Baviera, right? Mm-hmm. Schaefer only fled the colony after child molestation charges in 1997. Mm-hmm. Has enough time gone by for it to be appropriate to open a holiday resort on the site of a former paradise for Nazis who escaped justice in Latin America? Mm-hmm. Or perhaps the past can just be left in the past. Mm-hmm. It's just land, right? I'm conflicted. I'm curious. I don't know if I'm horrified by the thought of it all or whether I want to take a tour of the cult's underground bunker while sampling a German sausage. I don't know if that's a euphemism, but that's crazy.
Well.
So we know that places like this exist. This one we're talking about is pretending to be something else now. Mm-hmm. Okay, but you still have according to Tim Kennedy. People there who still identify with and are proud of their SS Nazi heritage. You're not going to remember, this is a cult. Somehow they operated, right? Not everybody felt themselves a victim.
Yeah.
You're not talking to anybody who, the only people we hear from are like the handful of people who are looking for justice and compensation.
Yeah.
What about the other thousands of people that live there?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And also, there are 100,000, actually there was a couple of 100,000 German speakers who spoke only German in these various colonies.
Yeah.
They didn't even bother, speaking like Spanish. They just, because remember, this is Latin America.
Yeah.
So this exists. Now, I just wanted to quickly, I found that article about Klaus Schwab's father.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to read a little bit, just the part about his father.
Made by the Welsh guy? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
We read it before, but you can read it again.
I know, I just want to review.
Please. Yeah.
I want the folks at home just to hear about his father just for a moment. One paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay. In this unlimited hangout investigation, I don't know what that means. Unlimited hangout is the website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this unlimited hangout investigation, the past that Klaus Schwab has worked to hide is explored in detail, revealing the involvement of the Schwab family, not only in the Nazi quest for an atomic bomb, but also in the apartheid South Africa's illegal nuclear program.
Yeah.
Why was South Africa trying to become anyway, especially revealing is the history of Klaus's father, Eugene Schwab. His name's Eugene.
Yep.
Okay? Who led the Nazi-supported German branch of a Swiss engineering firm into the war as a prominent military contractor. That company's name was Escher Wyss.
Yeah.
ESCHER, little dash,
Yeah.
WYSS.
Yeah.
You got the damn SS in the name.
Yeah, but it's...
Shut up, it's meaningful.
Yes.
I don't know, whatever. So, look, SS, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sure that one of these SS guys noticed that. They're like, well, I like it.
Yeah, but it's not, no, it's just a Swiss name. But anyway. But, yeah.
Okay, fine. So, right, so that company, Escher Wyss, would use slave labor to produce machinery critical to the Nazi war effort, as well as the Nazis' effort to produce heavy water for its nuclear program.
Yeah.
Okay. Years later, at the same company, a young Klaus Schwab serves on the board of directors when a decision was made to furnish the racist apartheid regime of South Africa with the necessary equipment to further its quest to become a nuclear power. Okay, so just a recap quickly, folks. Klaus Schwab, right now, who is the leader of the World Economic Forum, who is a huge proponent of the vaccine and of all sorts of other terrifying measures, not excluding nanobots. Okay? His father was a Nazi. He was heavily invested in the Nazi war machine. And not just any part of it. It's not just tanks that were used to blow, American and Russian soldiers to pieces. No, that wasn't good enough. He needed to help them build an atomic bomb.
Yeah.
And then when it was Klaus's turn, he was trying to help South Africa build an atomic bomb. South Africa, which really did have it was absolutely racist government.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. There's no question about that.
Yep.
Okay, no one's even denying that. It's like they treated blacks like garbage.
And at the risk of Farrakhaning, Israel helped them. Unfortunately,
Israel didn't help them. Okay, but Israel was stuck in a situation similar to us with this Ukraine situation. Okay, Israel was in no position It was trying to survive. This is the 60s, okay? And just after a war, being attacked by many nations, okay? Mm-hmm. And then not only were they attacked by nations, they were also frequently under attack by different leftist kind of, I'm not going to say, they were different leftist Tulis. Mm-hmm. I'm going to use the word Tuli, okay? Instead of cabal, all right? And Nelson Mandela was no friend of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay? So the various, there was nobody really friendly to Israel in that region, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not defending Israel's decision, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna stand there and say that they should have, stuck up for South Africa, which was never really very friendly to Israel in the first place.
Yeah.
All right? I'm not, that's, whatever, man, there's no good guys in this story. Okay? If you're going to say Israel is the bad guy, well, so is everybody else. Mm-hmm. In that particular instance. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay? But, by the way, it is weird that Israel would want to help these guys. They didn't help them with their nuclear program, did they?
They did. That's what I'm saying.
That's very odd. I want to look into that because I've heard this rumor before. I don't know the details of it.
But it was what's his name? It was Perez, I think, who was involved with that. Yeah.
Right. It's like, that's such an Erev Rav thing to do. Because
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Erev Rav part of, here, Vela incident. It's a, 1 second. There you go. Was an unidentified double flash of light detected by an American Vela hotel satellite on September 22nd, 1979, near the South African territory of Prince Edward Island in the Indian Ocean, roughly midway between Africa and Antarctica. Today, most independent researchers believe that the flash was caused by a nuclear explosion, an undeclared joint nuclear test carried out by South Africa and Israel. The cause of the flash remains officially unknown. Just let me finish reading. Some information about the event remains classified by the U.S. government. While it has been suggested that the signal could have been caused by meteoroid hitting the satellite, the previous 41 double flashes detected by the Vela satellites were caused by nuclear weapons tests. See, it says... but I want to read the actual program.
This is not definitive.
It's not definitive, but I want to read about the program. See, Israel offered to sell South African nuclear weapons. Secret apartheid-era papers give first official evidence of Israeli nuclear weapons. Secret South African documents reveal that Israel offered to sell nuclear warheads to the apartheid regime, providing the first official documentary evidence of the state's possession of nuclear weapons. That's what they're talking about, the Israel possessing. See, it's that the top secret minutes of meetings between senior officials from the two countries in 1975 show that South Africa's defense minister, P.W. Botha, asked for the warheads, and Shimon Peres, then Israel's defense minister, and now its president, responded by offering them in 3 sizes. The two men also signed a broad-ranging agreement governing military ties between the two countries that included a clause declaring that the very existence of this agreement was to remain secret. The documents, uncovered by an American academic, Sasha Polakow-Saransky, in research for a book on the close relationship between the two countries, provide evidence that Israel has nuclear weapons despite its policy of ambiguity in neither confirming nor denying their existence. The Israeli authorities tried to stop South Africa's post-apartheid government from declassifying the documents at Polakow-Saransky's request, and the revelations will be an embarrassment, particularly at this week's nuclear non-proliferation talks in New York focused on the Middle East. The article is from 2012 or something, or 2011.
Okay, so let's remove for a moment the name Israel.
Yeah.
And the name South Africa, right?
Yeah.
And let's look at it just objectively for a moment, okay?
Yeah.
Like a robot would, or aliens.
Yeah.
They don't have any dogs in any fights here. So Israel is a country surrounded by enemies, okay? That even their friends are all talk and very little action.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
South Africa, even for whatever the reasons are, right?
Yeah.
Is also kind of stuck in that similar situation. They're both outcasts.
Yeah.
Israel is an outcast because they're Jews, right? But no one says they're outcast. South Africa is an outcast publicly.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's unpopular in the way that, because they're assholes, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you have two desperate, isolated countries that are looking for aid from anywhere. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Could be.
That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is that, and this is probably a little bit closer to the truth, even though I wanna say what I said just now before. Mm-hmm. But in reality, Shimon Peres was an Erev Rav.
Of course,
one of the most heinous.
Of course, he was.
Okay, and as we know, the Erev Rav worked together with Amalek.
Yeah. And
the government of South Africa was a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Probably related to, Nazi tied, clearly, Amalekite regime.
Can I keep reading and we'll confirm?
Oh, I didn't know there was more.
Yeah. I was trying to read. Yeah.
Don't be a prick.
I'm not.
I didn't know. I thought it was.
Yeah. I was trying to read. Okay. That's a prick. Anyway.
Yeah. No, that guy is just okay.
The guy from the party. It's offensive.
That guy, that's not the guy from the party. The guy from the party is like, would you mind? It's a little bit strong.
Oh God. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I find myself at these kind of parties where people ask me to do stuff, to stop doing stuff that they themselves are doing, and it's like I'm being singled out.
Right. It's like your breath is just like so animalistic. It's like it feels weird. Anyway, continue.
Yeah.
Continue, please read.
Okay, they will also undermine Israel's attempts to suggest that if it had nuclear weapons, it is responsible power that would not misuse them, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. This is a guardian, whatever. A spokeswoman for Peres today said the report was baseless, and there were never any negotiations between the two countries. She did not comment on the authenticity of the documents. South African documents show that the apartheid-era military wanted the missiles as a deterrent and for potential strikes against neighboring states. The documents show both sides met on March 31st, 1975. Polakal Soransky writes in his book published in the U.S. this week, The Unspoken Alliance, Israel's secret alliance with apartheid South Africa. At the talks, Israeli officials formally offered to sell South Africa some of their nuclear-capable Jericho missiles in its arsenal. Among those attending the meeting was the South African military chief of staff, Lieutenant General R.F. Armstrong. He immediately drew up a memo in which he laid out the benefits of South Africa of obtaining the Jericho missiles, but only if they were fitted with nuclear weapons. The memo marked top secret and dated the same day as the... 1 second, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Just 1 second. What's going on? Okay. They did the same as meeting with the Israelis has previously been revealed, but its context was not fully understood because it was not known to be directly linked to the Israeli offer on the same day. That was the basis for a direct request to Israel. In it, Armstrong writes, in considering the merits of a weapons system such as the one being offered, certain assumptions have been made. A, that the missiles will be armed with nuclear warheads manufactured in South Africa or acquired elsewhere. But South Africa... But South Africa was years from being able to build atomic weapons. A little more than 2 months later, on June 4th, Peres and Botha met in Zurich. By then, the Jericho project had the code name Chalet. The top secret minutes of the meeting record that Minister Botha expressed interest in a limited number of units of Chalet, subject to the correct payload being available. The documents then records, Minister Peres said the correct payload was available in 3 sizes. Minister Botha expressed his appreciation and said that he would ask for advice. The 3 sizes are believed to refer to the conventional, chemical, and nuclear. The use of a euphemism, the correct payload, reflects Israeli sensitivity over the nuclear issue and would not have been used had it been referring to conventional weapons. It can also only have meant nuclear warheads, as Armstrong's memorandum made clear South Africa was interested in the Jericho missiles solely as a means of delivering nuclear weapons. In addition, the only payload the South Africans would have needed to obtain from Israel was nuclear. The South Africans were capable of putting together other warheads. Botha did not go ahead with the deal in part because of the cost. Oh my God, this ads. Okay, I just lost the place because of ads. Just literally, In addition, any deal would have had to have final approval by Israel's prime minister, and it is uncertain it would have been forthcoming. South Africa eventually built its own nuclear bombs, albeit possibly with Israeli assistance, but the collaboration on military technology only grew over the following years. South Africa also provided much of the yellow cake, uranium, that Israel required to develop its weapons. The documents confirm accounts by former South African naval commander Dieter Gerhardt, jailed in 1983 for spying for the Soviet Union. After his release with the collapse of apartheid, Gerhardt said there was an agreement between Israel and South Africa called Chalet, which involved an offer by the Jewish state to arm 8 Jericho missiles with special warheads. Gerhardt said that these were atomic bombs, but until now there has been no documentary evidence of the offer. Some weeks before Peres made his offer of nuclear warheads to Botha, the two defense ministers signed a covert agreement governing the military alliance known as SECMENT. It was so secret, get off the phone, ching chang chong. It was so secret that it included a denial of its own existence. It is hereby expressly agreed that the very existence of this agreement shall be secret and shall not be disclosed by either party. The agreement also said that neither party can unilaterally renounce it. The existence of Israel's nuclear weapons program was revealed by Mordechai Vanunu, that's a famous story, to the Sunday Times in 1986. He provided photographs.
Okay, now, you know what? Things are coming together for me now.
Yeah.
Vanunu, if this story came out of Vanunu, it can be doubted.
Yeah.
Vanunu is one of the most reprehensible, traitorous scumbags in Jewish history.
Yes, correct.
Okay? Not only was he a traitor to the people, right, he was the greatest Farrakhaner of the Jews ever.
Yeah. Can I continue reading this? Okay. Yeah. But
No, I have to finish my rant.
All right.
Okay? About Vanunu.
Yes.
Vanucci Vanunu. Okay?
Yeah.
All right? So his hatred for Israel was so complete that after he had done everything, he made sure to convert to Christianity with German anti-Semite missionaries.
Yeah, his wife is Kristen Joachimson. In 2015, he got married.
Okay, I remember that scumbag.
He got married when he was 64 years old. That's kind of weird. Oh my God. Norwegian theologian.
Oh, I'm sorry, Norwegian.
Norwegian woman. Oh my God.
Okay.
He married a Norwegian.
A large lady. Okay? It's like Brigitte Nielsen.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah. Except
Vanunu and this lady look like Brigitte Nielsen and Flava Flav.
Yes.
All right? All right? So basically, it's... Okay, I feel better. I feel better now because I was worried for a moment that this was, this had...
Do you know what award Vanunu got?
The Jew Hatred of the Year Award from Farrakhan University?
Close. The Right Livelihood Award is an international award to honor and support those offering practical and exemplary answers to the most urgent challenges facing us today. The prize was established in 1980 by German-Swedish philanthropist Jacob von Uexküll and is presented annually in early December. An international jury invited by 5 regular Right Livelihood Award board members decides the awards in such fields as environmental protection, human rights, sustainable development, health, education, and peace. The prize money is shared among the winners, usually numbering 4, and is €200,000. Very often one of the 4 laureates receives an honorary award, which means that the other 3 share the prize money. Although it's promoted as an alternative Nobel Prize, it is not a Nobel Prize. It does not have any organizational ties at all to the awarding institutions of the Nobel Prize and Nobel Foundation, unlike the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics, which is not technically a Nobel Prize, but is administered by the Nobel Foundation. However, the Right Livelihood Award is sometimes popularly associated with Nobel Prizes. The Right Livelihood Award Committee arranged for awards to be made in the Riksdag of Sweden the day before the Nobel Prize, and the Economics Prize are also awarded in Stockholm. However, the Right Livelihood Awards are understood as a critique of the traditional Nobel Prize. The establishment of the award followed a failed attempt to have the Nobel Foundation create new prizes in the areas of environmental protection, sustainable development, and human rights. It just goes to show Nobel, they don't care about any of this crap. They themselves, the prize has been awarded to a diverse group of people and organizations, including, let's read, Wangari Maathai, social, environmental, political activist, the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, so she won the Nobel Peace Prize. Astrid Lindgren, Swedish writer of fiction and screenplays. Children's book, Pippi Longstocking, Karlsson na Krysche. Oh, they gave her the woman, Karlsson on the Roof. You know this cartoon? Russian? I mean,
no.
It's a famous cartoon actually made it's actually a Swedish cartoon, but it became very, very popular in the Soviet Union. It's so funny. We were just talking about this today with my parents because there's a roofer in Fairlawn, Carlson Roofing, and all the Russians, they say, do you have a propeller? This little character, he flew around the rooftops with a propeller in his ass. So they asked this roofer guy, do you have a propeller in your ass?
Dude, that actually sounds like Inspector Gadget.
It's like similar, but it's so... Dude, I was, as a kid, Carlson on the roof, Carlson on the cruise ship. It's hilarious. Bianca Jagger, Mick Jagger's ex-wife, Mordechai Vanunu, Leopold Kohr, economist, jurist, and political scientist, known both opposition to the cult of bigness in social organization. I don't know what that means. Arna Merkamis, Israeli Jewish political and human rights activist. Okay, we know what that's about. Yeah, defense of children of Palestine, blah, blah, blah. Felicia Langer, German Israeli attorney, human rights activist, blah, blah, blah. Palestinian prisoners in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Well, okay, so basically we understand the whole trajectory. Edward Snowden. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so at least one guy is whatever.
Did you hear about the German Israeli attorney?
And Greta
herself. Didn't know why.
Exactly. Greta Thunberg got this award also, by the way. Obviously.
How dare you? How dare you?
So Vanunu is a good company, it looks like. Okay. Okay.
Vanucci.
We continue. Unilaterally announce. Okay. Documents seized by the Iranian students from the U.S. Embassy in Tehran after the 1979 revolution revealed the Shah expressed an interest to Israel in developing nuclear arms. But the South African documents offered confirmation Israel was in a position to arm Jericho missiles with nuclear warheads. Israel pressured the present South African government not to declassify documents obtained by Polak al-Saransky. The Israeli Defense Minister tried to block my access to the Settlement Agreement on the grounds it was sensitive material, especially the signature and the date. The South Africans didn't seem to care. They blacked out a few lines, handed it over to me. The ANC government, which is like the black guys, the Blakes, government is not so worried about... the ANC government is not so worried about protecting the dirty laundry of apartheid regime's old allies. And that's the argument. So basically the Blakes don't care. They want to screw Israel and the apartheid regime.
What do you say about critics saying that you are very brutal to the Boer? Oh, they're big babies.
Where's this from?
This is the Communist Party leader of South Africa responding to the criticism of the Boer farmers being butchered in the most horrifying ways. Women, children, boiled alive.
Absolutely insane. Crazy.
They should leave.
Ай, что там было? Хорошо. Good stuff.
By the way.
Yes.
The Boers, right? The Dutch farmers that settled in South Africa, they settled in a completely a place that nobody was living. It was empty.
Yeah.
I found that out not that long ago. That's real. I mean, the Zulus lived nearby, but the actual places where they set up their farms was empty.
Yeah.
Never inhabited. No one ever used the land. Yeah. Like they spoke to the local Zulu authorities and everything. It wasn't really an issue.
Yeah.
In some cases.
Yeah.
It's similar, actually, to the way when the Pilgrims came to the United States. They actually, they became allied with some of the Indian tribes.
Yeah, ain't nothing going on but the rent,
Some of the Indian tribes actually they got into alliances with the Pilgrims, and they asked the Pilgrims to help them fight in wars against competing tribes.
Yeah.
They were pulled into native politics and warfare early when they were anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
The truth doesn't matter, right? We're in a post-truth era.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Of course. So basically, when I first heard that about the Indians and the Pilgrims, right, the natives, I actually heard that from Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
And I was still, this is a long, long time ago, and I still wasn't sure about Rush Limbaugh. I'm like, I don't know about this guy.
You listen to all the idiots in the club scene.
No, this is way before that.
Yeah.
This is like when I was like 12 and 13. I didn't I didn't trust, because all my teachers were Democrats, right? And they would make quips about Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah,
right?
the good guys were supposedly the Democrats, and people who wanted to who were compassionate. That was the message I got in New York City public schools. The Democrats are compassionate, and the Republicans are these white people who don't like Jews, who don't like anybody.
Let me tell you something. When Rush Limbaugh died, you could ask my wife. Mm-hmm. On top of everything, the stolen election, the death of Rush Limbaugh, there was people, when they saw me, there's like a black cloud floating over my head, literally raining on me. Yeah. No one wanted to come near me for a couple of days. I could not shake it. Yeah.
This is February 2021.
I only felt that way. Patrice O'Neill, Don Rickles, Rush Limbaugh, and Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm trying to think with whom did I feel like this? I don't know. I'm trying to think. It was something also recent. First of all, was I upset about whose death was I really shaken by? I don't know why. This is going to sound absolutely retarded. I was actually quite shaken by Kobe Bryant's death. I don't really know why. I can't explain why.
Disturbed. I was very disturbed by it.
I was disturbed by it, man, because he's our age. He's our generation, and we grew up with this guy. You know what I'm
saying? He's our age, and his daughter was with him. It's very upsetting.
I was just like, what the flip? I thought he was like some sort of demonic sacrifice. I still think that.
It feels like that, man.
Yeah.
By the way, Robert Sullivan talks about it.
If you watch, what's her name, Alicia Keys at that award show, a day after or 2 days after, literally the way that everybody was, and then like the way that half the people at that, there was like the memorial in the arena, it was just very strange.
I instantly was in love with Alicia Keys when she came out. She's like beautiful.
And then she probably went over to some demonic side.
Dude, oh my God, dude, do you want to see something creepy as hell?
No.
Do you remember Erykah Badu?
Yes.
Dude, look up right now on YouTube, Erykah Badu, interferes with a reporter. You gotta see this. You gotta see what demonic possession is.
She tried to kiss reporter. Yeah, let's see.
No. Forget about that. Just look how she's walking.
I'm looking at her.
Look at her damn hat. It's fucking creepy.
Dude, this looks like MK Ultra, some shit.
Right? Dude, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's like zombie shit. What the hell?
Yeah.
Erykah Badu is a beautiful lady who's a talented musician. Yeah. And look what the hell is going on? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know much about her, but I know that something's wrong, right?
Yeah.
That's not normal, right? Yeah. What's up with the hat?
Yeah.
Her hat creeped me out.
Yeah.
That video made me scared of hats.
Yeah. Well, she's one of these people. Like, she's one of these people. What the hell? She's also making like some sort of gesture. Oh, this is like there's like a whole. Hold on. There's like a whole long video. Wait, I didn't. Hold on a second. I didn't. Hold on. They just showed like the short. 1 second. I want to see the long video. I mean, my.
This isn't like I'm like scared to look at it, man.
Yeah, it's kind of.
It's like Paranormal Activity.
Yeah. Very odd.
Yo, dude, you could ask my wife. Paranormal Activity. I watched it.
Yeah.
My wife, she hates me. I had to sleep with the lights on for 3 straight weeks. I'm a grown man.
Yeah.
Who's armed.
Oh my God.
And you know what made me feel better?
No.
Like when people found out about this, usually like women are like, oh my God, what a baby.
Yeah.
And then my friend Richie, who is Army Ranger, and then went on to intelligence, he's also like, dude, I'm right there with you. Yeah. You know why? Yeah. You know why? Because both me and him know, because that could be real.
Yeah.
I'm not saying in the movie. I'm saying that is that's a reflection of something that could be.
Yeah.
Erykah Badu, reporter.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, what is up with her stupid hat? It's crazy.
I don't know. I mean, listen, she wears like what looks like, the tichels, the mitpachats, like the settler hair coverings that girls wear in Israel.
Yeah, no,
she sometimes
that's fine.
wears that. Yeah, the hat, I don't know. It just looks like a weird cowboy.
Police charged R&B artist Erykah Badu with disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
Apparently she's naked in this other video.
These people dude, you have to say something. These people have money, but they come from, first of all, they come from a very unwell, like family situation, background. Like they're not well, and there's something in their environment. It's kind of like, can I play you this thing from Dave Chappelle where he talks about this? Where people, they get into this like celebrity stardom, whatever. Here, Dave Chappelle talked about it in James Lipton, when he was on James Lipton Actor Studio. Here, check this out. Oh, this is like just different clips into one. Chappelle talks about why he left Hollywood. Hold on, but there's one specific clip. Dude, what is wrong with my keyboard? What is going on?
Dude, I didn't realize how the time went.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it. I would like to read a little bit more in that Hollywood symbolism book.
Yeah, we will. I just really want you to hear this one clip about here. Here we go.
I'm cool with it, dude. I can go 5 hours. I know that you can't.
For sure. Here, just listen to it.
When Martin Lawrence was in
that
chair, we talked about Blue Street.
Yes.
Okay. I love it. He played a role in your life, I believe. How do you feel about him as a person, as an artist?
Martin Lawrence is the guy that showed everybody you can make it from D.C. to Hollywood. And I had a personal stake in his success. Every time he did something, it made me feel inspired and really good. And he was always real nice to me. He'd sit me down, what's going on with you, baby boy? What? We'd talk about comedy, whatever. And, when we did Blue Streak, we were promoting it, and Martin had a stroke. He almost died. And then after that, I saw him, and I was like, oh, my God, Martin, are you okay? And he said, I got the best sleep I ever got in my life. That's how tough he is. So let me ask you this. What is happening in Hollywood that a guy that tough will be on the street waving a gun, screaming, they are trying to kill me?
Yeah.
What's going on? Why is Dave Chappelle going to Africa? Why does Mariah Carey make a $100 million deal and take clothes off on TRL? A weak person cannot get to sit here and talk to you. Ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy, is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
It's crazy, right?
So, you see, it's very difficult to agree with what he's saying, because he's always playing the victim angle.
I know.
It's always somebody else's fault.
I know. But this is at a time where they were accusing him, when he went to Africa, when he got that $25 million deal or whatever it is.
I get it. Okay, so Dave Chappelle is a weirdo, okay?
Yeah.
It's a funny weirdo, and I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, these other people, they're not all coming from the same, like he's saying they're all coming from the same. What if Martin Lawrence, somebody really was trying to kill him, but what if Mariah Carey is evil?
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
And who was the other one he mentioned?
Martin Lawrence, Mariah Carey. I don't remember who else.
I feel like you mentioned 3 people.
Yeah, I forgot who. I literally
whatever.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's, not everybody's the same, but like, from his point of view, he always sees everybody through the same, like, like viewpoint, like, whatever. Everybody, I don't want to get into that shit.
Yeah.
We've been down that road.
Yes.
Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle crapped into my heart.
Yeah.
But, okay. It was so unnecessary. You know what I mean? It makes me wonder.
Yeah.
The thing that he said about Israel is so unnecessary.
Yeah.
You know, it shows callousness beyond anything. Like, he's smart. I'm disappointed in him because he's smart enough to understand that what he said is evil.
Yeah.
I know he is.
Yeah.
Because when you follow a comedian is different than everything else, because a comedian, he gives you a piece of his mind.
Yeah.
You connect to his consciousness, to his thought process, and then you know, like, see, like a musician can hide, an actor can hide through bullshit. A real comedian doesn't have bullshit. They got stories, but those stories reflect what's coming through from who they are.
Yeah.
And so that one hurt. But anyway.
So what did you want to talk about? You said you want to talk about
I wanted to talk about. Well, I wanted to read a little bit more about, from that Hollywood Symbolism book.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, and again, the reason is not because it's interesting. Some of it is, but because this is defense against the dark arts.
Mm-hmm.
All of these esoteric mystery schools.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should Google the term mystery school. You want to do that, like, quickly, just to kind of
mystery what?
Mystery school, mystery tradition, mystery school, mystery schools, mystery tradition. Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about. I mean, there's like
mystery schools of Egypt. Right? Let's say that. Okay. So, for more than 3,000 years, the mystery schools of Egypt have epitomized the ultimate and secret wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay? As in ancient times, certain contemporary scholars and researchers insist that the great teachers who presided over the Egyptian mystery schools had to have come from some extraordinary place, like Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I think, what was it, Plato? I think Plato was the one who transmitted the Atlantis story.
Yeah.
Okay, in the form that, whatever. Okay, so this is like ancient secret knowledge from past civilizations and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so it's full of symbolism and archetypes. Last time we talked what archetypes are. By the way, very interesting. The archetypes that Jung was talking about are embedded in the unconscious part of man's consciousness. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is something, folks, this is something that our entire species share. Okay? There's certain, we have a father archetype, a mother archetype, we have a trickster archetype, we have a seductress archetype, we have a lover archetype, there's like a whole series of them. And these archetypes became gods to various cultures. Also, these archetypes are reflected in the stars. Meaning when ancient man, or us, okay, still the same stars, can look up in the sky on a clear day, and we can pay attention to the behavior of the sun, the moon, and the planets, okay, and their movements, and the astrological, the horoscope, right? Like, okay, so those ideas, those archetypes, seem to match what was going on in the stars. So they noticed the connection, and it's true. So what everybody else called archetypes, they didn't call them archetypes, they called them gods and goddesses, and they worshiped them. We call them partsufim. Okay, that's what the archetypes really are. Okay, they're just different visages of God, of one God. Okay, so now these other mystery schools, right? The Egyptian mystery schools, which the Erevav are connected to, and the other mystery schools, which Amalek, and there's many different groups, okay? The Freemasons is one of these mystery schools, okay? And they're not necessarily the bad guys. Okay? So they use these archetypes and they embed them as symbols inside of stories, music, and art, or anything that can influence a person.
Yeah.
Okay? They know the art of using that. That's part of the magic that they use. That's part of the ritual magic. Okay?
Yeah.
And so we are being bombarded with that magic non-stop because we all still watch movies. Me and Greg talk about movies incessantly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm reading this. Okay, so I know I used up a lot of my time, but I just wanted to kind of explain why it's important. Okay? All right. Now, okay. This is a new section, okay? The only reason I know that is because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, 5 little equidistant stars separating the text from the next text. Okay. Okay, so again, this is Cinema Symbolism by Robert W. Sullivan IV, Esquire.
Yeah.
Okay. To the Knights Templar, who were an esoteric brotherhood of medieval Roman Catholic warrior monks, to them, Jesus, the Messiah, was the resurrected Son. Not S-O-N, S-U-N.
Yeah.
Okay? Or he was the light of the world. And the planet Venus was Mary Magdalene anthropomorphized. So basically they looked at the Jesus story as another version of the cosmic drama that you see in the sky with the stars and the planets. Yeah. Okay. The planet Venus is interchangeable with Lucifer. Okay? Since Venus rises in the east prior to the sun.
Yeah. Thus
making it the, quote, son of the morning star, or the false light.
Can I ask a question? When Scorpions sing the song "In the Land of the Morning," there's a line, "In the Land of the Morning Star."
There's no question they're talking about Venus.
Here, hold on one second.
One of the Scorpions guys was talking about
the song is called Send Me an Angel. Wise man said, just walk this way to the dawn of the light. Wind will blow into your face as the years pass by. Hear this voice from deep inside. It's a call of your heart. Close your eyes and you will find passage out of the dark. Here I am. Will you send me an angel? Here I am in the land of the morning star. And then it keeps, it just goes again. And then, that's the end of each chorus. Here I am, will you send me an angel? Here I am in the land of the morning star.
That's definitely something, no question.
Yeah.
Okay, and like a couple of years ago, I saw some interview outside of some event where one of the Scorpion band members was talking about child sacrifice that he witnessed.
Crazy.
In the entertainment industry.
Here, 1 second.
I don't know. I mean, like.
1 second. Let's do Scorpion Send Me an Angel meaning. Song meaning facts. It's two central characters.
UltimateClassicRock.com. Former Scorpions bass player admits to attending snuff parties. In a shocking and hopefully not serious video admission to online entertainment news outlet TMZ, former Scorpions bassist Ralph Reicherman says, these Scorpions are German, says that he has attended snuff parties in the past. For those not in the know, snuff parties are attended by folks who, according to Reicherman, pay upwards of $100,000 to witness someone getting murdered. In the video posted on the TMZ website, Reicherman is approached by one of the TMZ cameramen and was jokingly asked if he was going to be attending any German fetish parties later that evening. While Reicherman initially laughs off the comment, the interview takes a surprisingly dark turn. With no prompting whatsoever by the cameraman, Reicherman says that he had attended a party one time where he saw really bad shit. When the TMZ cameraman asked, was it a donkey show? Reicherman responds saying, no, they actually killed people there and stuff. They pay up to $100,000 to see people get blah, blah, blah. At this point, DMZ cameraman interjects, completing Reicherman's thought. offering the word executed. To which Reicherman responds that he is not kidding.
Yeah.
And by the serious look on his face, the viewer is inclined to believe that Reicherman could be telling the truth. Reicherman then goes on to tell TMZ cameraman that he had attended another party where he saw something so revolting that he wanted to throw up. Ralph Reicherman was a part of the Scorpions lineup for approximately 10 years, from 1993 to 2003. He currently makes his living as a composer for film and television, as you can see on his official website. Crazy, huh?
Can I read you? There's one song meaning and facts. Chorus. Now the chorus consists of a singer entreating some unidentified addressee to send him an angel. Such a statement would logically be akin to him asking for some supernatural assistance in completing the task detailed above. When the vocalist identifies his location, which is in the land of the morning star, now given the overall theme of this track, said morning star would likely be an allusion to Satan. So basically what the singer is saying is that he is situated in the land of Satan, and such would be likely once again be a metaphor pointing out the idea, as the wise man had already warned him, that the singer's environs are dangerous, and in fact detrimental to him reaching his overall goal. See, there's another thing. The lyrics of Sending an Angel may be difficult to interpret, mainly because the words are quite cosmic and biblical. They feel like the whole song is a prayer to much higher power and the words of a person who hopes for the dark days to be over. On one side, I believe the song is an appeal to God to send the protagonist an angel to guide him through the darkness and shadows. Growing up, we face a lot of challenges, The singer is asking for help. The land of the morning star is basically Satan's land, aka hell. The song is full of biblical references and it makes it so hard for us to find the true meaning. However, I still think that the song tells us to believe in ourselves and always hear the voices from deep inside that can help us overcome the dark times and find the right path in life. This is just like basic stuff. I mean, it's funny, like I was just saying how, in one of my rogues that like these guys, they sang that song, they sang this song, what's the other one? No. Oh my goodness. No. Winds of Change. And they were singing about like meaningful things and how, the collapse of the Berlin Wall and all this kind of stuff. But then right after that, we know that Papa Bush made his NWO speech. And I guess these guys were tuned into that too. And they were probably saying like, send me an angel. Like, basically like bring Mashiach, because it's time. If you don't bring Mashiach, we're in a hell, the next 30 years are not going to be fun. And as you can see, no one sent an angel, no one sent anything. And we're in the land of the morning star. Like, we're we've been in bushland since then.
There's two songs, both from, the time before the Shekhinah left.
Yeah.
It was...
Don't you feel like you're in a sci-fi movie, by the way, in the time before the Shekhinah left?
Yeah.
So crazy. But anyway, go on, sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, it is crazy. So, most people know the song. You know that, like, send me an angel. You know that song?
I mean, that's...
It's like, it was a pop song. It was like...
Oh, it was a different Send Me an Angel.
Yeah, Send Me an Angel. Who?
Not Scorpions. It's different Send Me an Angel.
This is different Send Me an Angel. I'm trying to remember the name of the band.
Real Life you're talking about? 89.
Yes.
This is. Say... oh no, I'm thinking of Duran Duran. Say a prayer for me now, save it to the morning after.
So we have that song, basically the whole song is like, send me an angel, and then you have some chick in the background.
Here.
Something like that.
Let's do this one. This is the
That's
one.
That's the one, yeah. Okay, and then...
It's a short song. Real Life, it's called.
Yeah. God, I love this song.
This is 1983.
Yeah.
It's alright.
Oh, you have to hear the chorus.
What?
You gotta hear the chorus.
Yeah. Sounds like it's like a movie soundtrack or something from like American Ninja, Michael Dudikoff.
Michael Dudikoff.
You know that Michael Dudikoff was supposed to be the American Van Damme, but something happened. Didn't pan out.
I know, man.
Oh, okay. It's a little corny.
Of course it's corny.
It sounds like Eurotrance a little bit, not so much.
Of course it's Eurotrance.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Dude, I'm literally getting goosebumps.
There we go.
Listening to that.
There we go.
It's crazy.
Who's the chick in the video?
I know it's corny. I realize.
Who's the chick in the video? It's just
I don't know, but it's those little. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
Modern Talking is also super corny. Yet I still want to
Modern
hear.
Talking is awesome, and Modern Talking comes to play in Atlantic City, and Russian people pay money to see them.
Oh, Modern Talking is like
Modern Talking. I'm gonna play blackjack.
Catnip for Russians.
It's like I'm gonna go play blackjack in Trump, and then we're gonna see Modern Talking in Caesars.
Modern Talking, Celentano, Tuta Catonia.
Кто-то Coutinho. My uncle used to get on the bus from Brooklyn to go to AC. You know that bus, the Russian bus, the AC bus.
Sure.
And he used to get on, and he's like, my dad's like, куда ты едешь? He's like, я еду в Caesars, буду играть blackjack, и потом пойду на Modern Talking. Modern Talking приезжает.
That's crazy.
Я получил билеты. Мне бесплатно сделали билеты на Modern Talking. He was a travel agent.
Dude, the last time I was in Atlantic City, I was with my uncle Felix, who passed away, and this is many years ago, and I noticed that there was nothing but like pawn shop, Stromboli, pawn shop, Stromboli. I've never seen Stromboli. Is something huge in Atlantic City. I've never seen anything like it.
Dude, I sat in this is 2005. For some reason, this is the girl I was seeing at the time, Russian Jewish girl, decided, or her friend and her friend's boyfriend decided, let's go to AC at like 1 o'clock in the morning. After we had dinner in Brooklyn, at like Sushi, whatever, Avenue L, freaking Ocean Out, whatever the hell, some sushi something, Sushi Mushi. And at 1 a.m., like, let's go to AC. Okay. So we get a room at the Tropicana. So I was like, you know what? If these people are dragging me to AC, and I'm the one driving, even though I'm being dragged, but I'm the one driving, right? You know how that works.
Yeah.
I was like the nice Russian boyfriend at the time, So we get there, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. So this is at the height of I was still a trader on Wall Street, and also this is the height of the Texas Hold'em poker craze on ESPN.
Yeah.
And I was into that stuff. I was playing it online, whatever. I was like, you know what?
My boy, I'm just going to say his initials, ML.
Yeah.
He was making a living doing that.
Yeah. There's a few people that listen.
You know him too. You know him.
Dude, I didn't make a living, but I did qualify for European EPT, which I didn't go. It was like in Denmark or something. Whatever. The kids we get there, I'm like, okay, guys, you go do your thing. Go play something or do your thing or hang out in the room. I don't know, whatever it is that you do.
Whatever it is you do.
And I basically sat from 2:30 or 3 a.m. at the tables for about a couple hours, and I turned my $80. This is for me at that time. I was like, I turned $80 into $220. Mind you, I had never played an in-person game at like a casino. I played with like my friends in Jersey, one of these like, guys' houses games for like $20 here and there.
Yeah.
I never played like against like, these like, dude, it's like, was the creepiest environment I've ever been in my life. A casino. I think it was the Taj Mahal or Tropicana, I remember which one. And I sat there. The only thing that kept me there was I was just interested to play, to see how people played, or how people like, psychology and this. And I was looking at these guys. I'm like, I could beat these guys because I'm like my mind is like a math trading in this. So I was like, let me see if I could beat these guys. So like a couple guys I beat, sometimes I lost, sometimes I got screwed on the river cards.
Yeah.
So at some point, and then my girlfriend calls me. She's like, "Where are you?" And she didn't realize that like this is a game that you play that you sit for hours. It's not like you're playing against the house. You're playing against people, and you sit for hours. And I told her, I'm like, I told you guys I was going to be here for a couple hours. It's like, but we're here, and it's my birthday. So I get there, and I'm like, guys, she's like, did you win? I'm like, yeah, I won $140. I started with 80. She's like, I'm like, oh, you can go buy us breakfast. I'm like, oh, you were complaining that I was sitting for 2 hours, and now you want me to buy you breakfast. It was like it was like already like 5 a.m. or something, or 6 a.m. I was like, that's nice. But it was just the creepiest casinos are creepy. They're just, it's low life, creepy, just like, it's not even like, I mean, maybe Vegas is nicer, it's like kind of, more, I guess you could say classier, quote unquote, but AC is just low life, it's just a bunch of dudes with like gambling problems. That's primarily what this is.
I have a funny story. Like, I went to AC with a couple of friends, and my friend Alex, who's very successful now. You mentioned him a couple of times, okay? Yes. So me and him, we weren't like, big gamblers. Like, I don't think, he really knew about cards at that time. Yeah. And one of our friends, he played blackjack a lot. Like, he big money.
Dude, I never lost money so fast and so stupidly as I have in blackjack. I must have played it twice, and then I was like, this is the dumbest game ever, and I'm never playing it again. Anyway, go on.
So, but this guy was doing okay. Yeah. And so me and Lazowski were just like wandering around the casino. Yeah. We didn't know what to do. Yeah. Right? And I said his name. Anyway, so basically, so we're like, let's go see how our friend is doing, right? Yeah. And as we were approaching the table, he's like waving us like, get away, like that. I was like, what the hell? Yeah. And then he throws like some money at us, like, go find something to do, right? Yeah. Because basically he didn't want us to come over and jinx him. He was on a roll, whatever that was. Okay,
it's a mentality.
So then me and Alex, we were wandering around. They're like, let's try a slot, right? Yeah. We tried a slot. We won like $250, like right away. Nice.
See, with slot machines, you don't get so upset because you're just like, you put in a couple of quarters and you either win or you lose, and that's it, And you win.
Right. No, the slots were like, I was like, oh my god, they're so cool. Yeah.
My father has a friend who that's all he does. Like, he's one of those people you would think that he would play cards. No, that's all he ever does in casinos is just play the slot machines. He'll sit around at different ones. Those guys that like, they'll just put a bunch of quarters in different machines to like, increase their odds, and he'll just win like, in one machine he'll win like $500, $200, $100, and he just becomes like he became a high roller in the slots. And then they gave him,
it's very addictive.
Yeah, and then they gave him like a free room. He got like Mohegan Sun. He got like the VIP top floor access where you get like this crazy cognac and like crazy.
By the way, talk about a place slots. Talk about a place loaded with archetypal symbols. Oh my god! That is just literally it's one of the centers of this. So people are stuck there and they don't understand why.
Dude, they pump air in so that they keep you in the casino. Like they make it like a maze.
That's the least. That's the least of it. Yeah. The real stuff that keeps you there is the sights and sounds. Yeah. The images and the symbols and the effect that it has on your consciousness. For sure. With that, back to the text. Yeah. By the way, the other song we're not going to listen to it, but more than "Send Me an Angel" is very different. This is there's a really good band actually called the Dream Academy. Okay. And they had the song called "Please, Please, Please." It was a real prayer.
Interesting.
And sometimes when I need extra energy to pray, I listen to that song.
Please let me get what I want. Please, please, please let me get what I want. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it was originally sung by Morrissey.
John Hughes' film Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It was in the movie.
Yeah, it was in that movie. Yeah, it was. Interesting. But so they were doing a cover of a song. By Morrissey. You know Morrissey, right? Yes. Like the Smiths, right? Yeah. Anyway, so that's a beautiful song. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of beautiful songs. Dream Academy. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so we're talking about Venus. Let me just go back just a tiny bit. Okay, so Venus is interchangeable with Lucifer since Venus rises. This is all from the view of the Knights Templar. This is their symbolism. Yeah. Okay? Since Venus rises in the east prior to the sun. I mean, in the early morning in the sky, right as it's like you feel like the light, you see the light coming. You don't see the sun yet, but the light is kind of preceding. What the hell is that?
That's my computer going berserk in a weird way. Oh. But anyway, sorry about that.
Yeah,
sorry, 1 second. I just want to restart it. I don't do I bought this Mac. My E button doesn't work. I'm plugged in an IBM keyboard into it. It's going haywire. I have an HP mouse, and the thing just like, it does like a CIA psyop on me. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, so in the early morning, when it starts getting light, but the sun hasn't come up yet, you can see Venus really clearly. A lot of times. Yeah. So basically, that's why they call it the morning star.
Yeah.
Okay, so here he's saying that since Venus rises in the east prior to the sun, right? Because the sun rises in the east too, thus making it, they call it the son of the morning star, or the false light, meaning like the real light is the sun, right? And you see in the morning there's light, and then you see Venus, and you might think that that's where the light is coming.
Is that when what's that place in Norway when you see the like you could see like this? It's like beautiful light. It's like a famous picture you'll see like.
Are you talking about the Aurora Borealis?
Yes. That's not part of that, right?
Not at all. Okay, no, basically. Okay. Imagine this. You wake up in the morning, right? You're on your way to work. Yeah. It's before the sun comes up. So but there's like a little bit of light. It's like twilight kind of thing. You see, and then you look up in the sky and you see like what looks like a star. It's really Venus.
Yeah.
Okay? And it looks like it's being lit up. And of course it is by the sun that you don't see yet.
Yeah.
Okay? So because there's a little bit of light in your surroundings, and you see this bright kind of star-looking Venus in the sky, you might think that the light that you're seeing is coming from Venus. So that's why it's called the false light. That's why they call it. So Venus rises in the east prior to the sun, thus making it the son of the morning star, or false light.
Yeah.
While it announces the coming of the world's true light, the sun.
Dude, can I tell you something freaky? Will Smith yesterday, I don't know, risk of getting into the stupid, I don't even want to talk about the slap, whatever, on Chris Rock, but, dude, when he won the Oscar...
He actually won after that?
He won the Oscar for his portrayal listen to this very, very carefully. He won the Oscar for his portrayal of Richard Williams, the father of the two tennis girls, Serena and Venus.
Yeah.
What is the name? The name Serena. I know Selena is a name for like a witch.
It is?
I think so, but Serena derived mean clear, tranquil, serene. Venus is Venus. Venus is Venus. Serena just seems like tranquil, serene, but it has to be something else. Can't be just tranquil and serene.
What? Why not?
I don't know. Saint Serena.
It's kind of it's funny that that time of day that we're describing before the sun comes up, but it's still light and you see Venus. It's one of the more serene times of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. So he named them Venus and Serena. It's kind of crazy. What's his name? And dude, and like.
Well, let's look it up. The name Serena. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Serena etymology.
Yeah. No, it just says serene and tranquil. That's all it is. But
no, hold on. Etymology. Serena etymology. One second.
That's what it is.
Okay. There's a website. Interesting. It's Etymonline. It's not it doesn't roll off the tongue very nicely. Yeah. Okay. Serena, feminine proper name from Latin serena. Okay, version of serenus, clear, bright, fair, joyous. Yeah. Entries, mid-15th century, clear, calm, from Latin serenus, peaceful, calm, clear, unclouded, of weather, figuratively, cheerful, glad, tranquil, from Proto-Italic, from Pyrut, Cero.
Like it's a Roman.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just wanted to see if it was related to any kind of deity that they worshipped or something like that. Yeah. So but Serena, you can see it's related to serendipity, serenade, right? Yeah. Serendipity. Hold on, let me see. Serendipity, coined by Horace Walpole, is a letter to Horace Mann, dated. 1 second. So from a Persian fairy tale, 3 princesses of Serendip, whose heroes were always making discoveries by accidents and sagacity. I don't know what sagacity is. Of things they were not in quest of. The name is from Serendip, an old name for Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, and from the Arabic Sarandip from Sanskrit. So Serena seems to be derived from this Serendip. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Fine. So it's the false light. We're talking about Venus again, while announcing or bearing the coming of the world's true light, the sun. Yeah. In addition to this, within Roman mythology, Venus was the goddess of beauty, sex, and love, who was known to the Greeks as Aphrodite. To the Gnostics, who view the serpent as the real God and the God as the serpent, Venus was the embodiment of Mary Magdalene, called Mary Lucifera, who was companion to Jesus, the Son of God, due to Venus's closeness to the sun. See, it's an astrological symbolism, that story. Yeah. This astro-theological lore promulgated the notion that the 12 apostles are the 12 signs of the zodiac that were envious of Magdalene, since the stars that create the zodiac constellations are further away from the sun than Venus is, right? Yeah. Or Mary Lucifera. Again, that's a Christian name for Venus. Okay. Now, despite the Christian church's profane negativity towards Mary Magdalene, right? Lucifer, Qua. I don't know what the word Q-U-A. I don't know how to say it. I don't know what it means. Lucifer, Qua, Venus, Aphrodite, remains glorified in the Greco-Roman Neoplatonic pantheon as a sublime light bearer. Okay, so Venus, or Aphrodite, becomes a beautiful and alluring sex goddess brought to life in the persona of Elizabeth McGraw, Kim Basinger, in the film 9.5 Weeks. Interesting. So far I don't see the connection, but maybe he'll explain it.
Yeah.
And then there's a picture of Peter Sellers personifying the sun. The son of God.
I don't know. I just the image of like Will Smith standing, and he's receiving this award, and behind him are the triangles, all those triangles from Illuminati.
Yeah.
It mamish looks like it was just like it looks like the whole thing was like an occult ritual, like this Oscars, literally, like it's just weird. That's a feeling I get.
There's no question that weird statue, the gold. Come on, man.
Oh, dude, I told you, Sean Penn wanted to smelt it.
Is it really entirely gold? Like it's a solid gold statue?
Yeah, I think so. I think it mostly is. Yeah. 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 Listen, man. I would
totally melt the Oscar.
What's up?
I would melt an Oscar, no question.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have solar symbolism. Okay, solar symbolism can be seen in 1979's Being There. That's the title of, I think, a movie.
Peter Sellers, he won the Oscar for that. Who got awards?
All right. Okay, so Chance, or Chauncey Gardner, right, Peter Sellers' character, is a solar Piscean hero who speaks in parables, droning on about the equinoxes and the solstices, and how plant life and the harvest revolves around the rising and setting sun.
Yeah. Yep.
You actually saw this movie?
I saw parts of it. He supposedly he did a very nice, made a nice performance. Let's say.
He didn't say something like swine son, something like that. No? Okay.
I don't remember.
Because the Pink Panther. Right? Anyway, so being a new. Everything he didn't like, he's like swine closet, swine, scarf, swine door, swine boat. Anyway, so Chauncey Gardner is surrounded by biblical icons symbolizing the ancient mysteries. Gotta watch this movie. Yeah. For example, the Shirley MacLaine character, Eve Rand. Dude, I told you about Shirley MacLaine as Warren Beatty's sister, right?
Mm-hmm. Well.
Mind blown, but back to the text.
Yeah.
The Shirley MacLaine character, Eve Rand, is named after the first woman, Eve, of the Book of Genesis, while her husband, Benjamin Rand, Melvin Douglas, the actor Melvin Douglas, is placed into a Egyptian Masonic pyramidal tomb at the film's conclusion, suggesting the mysteries of Egypt, of the dying and resurrected solar deity, Osiris.
Yeah.
The all-seeing eye atop the pyramid represents the Egyptian sun god, Amun-Ra, who is the spiritual force behind the sun.
Yeah.
The legend of the dying and resurrected sun is symbolically duplicated in third-degree Blue Lodge Freemasonry. You see, there's all different types of... where the candidate portrays architect Hiram Abiff. Dude, I can't wait. Hiram Abiff is the Jesus for the Freemasons. That's like their... and, I mean, him and Jesus are like essentially the same. But, dude, I can't wait till this guy gets into Twin Peaks. He says that David Lynch is the #1 guy with all this symbolism. Okay? So Hiram Abiff is steeped in solar mysticism. He is buried west of Solomon's Temple. This is in Masonic folklore. Okay? Representing the dying or setting sun. His grave is concealed with a sprig of acacia, which is a flower. By the way, Hiram Abiff is the guy who apparently in Masonic lore that King Shlomo hired to build the temple. He was a Phoenician. Okay. So let's see. So his grave is concealed with a sprig of acacia, which is a flower sacred to the sun god Apollo, who is comparatively Horus in the Egyptian mysteries. Horus is Osiris' son. Okay, Hiram is resurrected with the strong grip of the lion's paw, which is an esoteric reference to the house of Leo.
Dude, you know what you should watch a few years back, not a few, but like let's say 5 years back. That whore of Babylon, Madonna. She did a performance. I don't know if it was at the Super Bowl, maybe. I think maybe it was the Super Bowl or like one of these concerts or one of these award shows, where there was so much ancient Egypt / Rome / Bavel / like every empire that ever subjugated us imagery of the occult of those, civilizations. It was just like, hello, like, and I was just wondering, I was like, dude, it's especially for me, it was like, since I became frum, I started seeing everything through, a Torah lens. But also not just the Torah lens, but also through the lens of, just learning from what I learned about Jewish history in terms of the, the religions and the practices of the people that we lived, the empires we lived under. That we are like, when you read the Gemara, and the Gemara talks about Avodah Zarah of these nations, whatever. So I started seeing that everywhere in entertainment, dude. And I felt like I was the only one that was seeing it. I was like, hello. And I would like point this out to people, from people. They're like, yeah, but don't worry, don't focus on that so much. Focus on Torah and mitzvahs and like, don't focus on there. Even if it's true, but like, doesn't really have the power that it did. I'm like, yes, it does. Have you seen society? These
more power than ever.
I'm like, these are rituals that they're conducting and like,
on the largest possible scales, even beyond the imagination of the ancient...
with the bazillions of dollars, and people are not even realizing that it's in front of their face, and they're being brainwashed by it, to the point where we got to in 2020. In every sphere of society. Whether it's medicine, and whether it's elections, whether it's the media, they've been doing it for years. And nobody, it's not conspiracy, it's just, you see it in front of your face. They're just doing this stuff on stage, like these women and even men.
In order to keep the Sitra Achra alive, they have to pollute the world to such an extent that God will not make it a dwelling place.
What kills me is that the people have the ability to identify it, to shine a light on it, and stop it. Are these very frumies, the people who have so much more Torah knowledge than you and I combined?
No, I think this generation is a generation of children.
I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about guys who are like our age and older, who have and they all they're doing is just.
We'll look at us. We're trying to do it right now.
Yeah, no, it's just you and I. That's it.
I mean, there's Bart Salbrook. He does it too.
Yeah, but dude, I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about people. If the people who have finished Shast many times had look at the world like we do, it would be a different place.
Dude, you know, like when I was reading Harry Potter, you know, when I was reading it, when I was in Maya Note, right?
Yeah.
I was like, there's a shocking amount of parallels between the Wizarding world and the Jewish world.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like the Wizarding world, like they have their own like brands of candy and their food and all that kind of stuff, and they have their own like music and everything.
Yeah.
You know, like it's funny. You go to a yeshiva.
Yeah.
I remember in Morristown, they had like a vending machine with only like the Jewish.
Yeah.
You know, they had like the candy bars.
I know. Do they also not want to bother with?
It's good stuff.
And they also not want to bother with like the world and like dealing with anything in the world and like solving anything and just like sitting and steiging.
Well, listen. On the one hand, right? Yeah. Their view is like this. They're like, we got to do what we're doing in order for the world to exist.
Yeah, like to bring the light. Yeah.
Right. We're doing what we can. We're following God's commandments to the best of our ability, which allows the world the right to exist.
Yeah.
The rest of it we can't handle. You know, we can't. We're not gonna.
They don't have the bandwidth.
Listen, they got a point. I don't agree with it all the time, but they got a point.
Yeah.
So basically.
Basically, it's left up to guys like you and me to.
It's you and me
to be in the trenches of this crap.
Listen, there's a reason for everything, you know? Like, we came here ourselves, kind of.
For sure.
Okay, so here we go. Okay, so again, Hiram, this Hiram Abiff character in Freemasonic mythology, he is a guy that Shlomo hired to build the temple, okay? He was murdered by his apprentices, okay? And then Hiram was resurrected with the, quote, strong grip of the lion's paw, which is an esoteric reference to the house of Leo, the lion, the constellation Leo, okay, ruled by the sun. Okay. So when examining the life and career of music and screen legend Elvis Presley, 1935 to 1977, what a short life, one's confronted with Masonic or solar synchronicity from birth to death.
Yeah.
Listen to this. A devoted Christian, Elvis was nevertheless familiar with the occult works and philosophies of Manly P. Hall, Albert Pike, and Madame Helena Blavatsky.
Yeah.
Okay? Who lived from 1831 to 1891. And sometimes read the latter's, Madame Blavatsky's The Voice of Silence, on stage to his audience.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. This suggests that Elvis was familiar with solar deities, because she talks about that, and symbolisms of antiquity, yet was unaware that his life was a solar parable from birth to death. Why does the author assume that he was unaware? Okay, that's weird. Okay, so like the foremost Olympian solar deity, Apollo, right, who was also the god of music, apparently, I didn't know that, Elvis Presley would become an apotheosized Apollonian king of rock and roll.
Dude, you know that Presley was Jewish, right? His mother was Jewish.
I heard this too. I don't know.
No, his mom was Jewish. I'm serious.
I mean, I don't think so. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Hold on a second. I'll tell you why I say that. Here you go. I'll show you why I say that. First of all, just give me a second.
You know why? Because you ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Here, one second. Okay. Well, she was Gladys Smith, however. Here. Elvis Presley was Jewish.
Billy Idol's just an Elvis wannabe.
Yes. Listen to this. Elvis Presley was Jewish. A grave marker locked away for 4 decades confirms it. Stored in the Graceland archives since 1977, Gladys Presley's headstone features a Star of David that holds the family's Jewish story. The large crate sat in a 20,000 square foot warehouse here for more than 4 decades, concealing a little known fact about one of America's cultural icons. Inside was the headstone of Elvis Presley's mother Gladys, which had been stored in the Graceland archives, along with 1.5 million other items since 1977. On the upper left side of the long unseen marker, designed by Elvis himself, is a Star of David. Yes, the king of rock and roll had Jewish roots. The headstone, which was taken from storage only in 2018, is now on display at the sprawling complex in Memphis, where Elvis lived from 1957 until his untimely death 20 years later at the age of 42. It sits in Graceland's meditation garden, just outside the mansion and a few feet from Elvis's own grave. Stories of Elvis' Jewish heritage have long been in circulation, but when it comes to a legend like Presley, whose death is not even considered settled in some quarters, is not always easy to separate fact from fiction. With the headstone now on public display and an accompanying sign proclaiming Gladys' Jewish heritage, any lingering doubts can be finally erased. There was a lot of mystery surrounding it, said Angie Marchese, Graceland's vice president of archives and exhibits, and the one who came up with the idea of unveiling Gladys' headstone on 16th anniversary of her death, partly to dispel doubts about Elvis' Jewish lineage. The star is on it, so it answered a lot of questions that were out there. Jewish ancestor. Marchese says Elvis' maternal great-great-grandmother was a Jewish woman named Nancy Burdine. So basically, dude, that's like, according to halacha, maternal great-great-grandmother, that's little known...
He's Jewish.
He's Jewish. Little knows about Burdine, but it's believed her family immigrated to America from what is now Lithuania around the time of the American Revolution. According to Ancestry.com, Burdine was born in Mississippi, 1826, and died in 1887. Burdine's great-granddaughter was Gladys Love Smith, who married Vernon Presley in 1933. 2 years later, Gladys gave birth to Elvis in Tupelo, Mississippi. The family
hang on.
Yeah.
Burdine's great-great-granddaughter, that's assuming that that's a straight line of women that she came from, not necessarily.
It says maternal.
Maternal great-great-grandmother. So Elvis's mom had a great-great-grandmother that was Jewish. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean.
Listen to this.
That the mom's that she is a. Listen, you understand what I'm saying?
Let me finish reading, and we'll figure this out. The Presleys once lived in an apartment directly below the family of Rabbi Alfred Fruchter, the first principal of the Memphis Hebrew Academy. The rabbi's son, Harold... What?
This is crazy.
Listen, the rabbi's son, Harold, who now lives in Maryland, said that Elvis actually served as the Fruchter's Shabbos Goy, a non-Jew who performs household tasks for observant Jews that are normally forbidden on the Sabbath. Fruchter said his parents never even had an inkling that Elvis had Jewish roots. If they had, they would have never considered asking him to be a Shabbos Goy, Fruchter said. Elvis was especially close to his mother, who died of heart failure in 1958 at the age of 46. Initially, Elvis had her buried in a public cemetery in Memphis. Her headstone was marked with a cross. But Marchese says that 6 years later, Elvis replaced the headstone with one designed to his specifications. The new marker featured a Star of David on one side and a cross on the other, along with the words Sunshine of Our Home, engraved between. What prompted Elvis to include the Star of David on his mother's headstone? Marchese isn't exactly sure, even when Elvis learned of his mother's Jewish heritage, but she says the Jewish faith gave him comfort when he was seeking answers to help him deal with her passing. Following an attempt to steal Elvis's body from a Memphis cemetery, Vernon Presley had the remains of his son and wife moved to Graceland for security reasons. Gladys' grave marker with the Star of David went into storage, and there it remained until Marchese suggested it be put on public display. We thought it would be a great way of honoring her Jewish heritage as well as honoring her, said Marchese, who has worked at Graceland for 32 years and was one of the world's most preeminent experts on the Presley family.
How many years did she work there?
She works there for 32 years, probably longer than that. We think that it's what Elvis would have wanted. Jewish charities. There is evidence that Elvis' Jewish lineage meant more to him than just a symbol on a headstone. He gave generously over the years to a variety of Jewish organizations, including Memphis Jewish Community Center, a donation honored with a plaque that hangs in Graceland today. Elvis' personal library included several books on Judaism and Jewish history. During the final years of his life, Elvis was frequently photographed wearing necklaces with the Star of David and the Hebrew word Chai, which means life. Yeah, it's a famous thing when he had that stupid costume in the 70s that he, performed in Vegas. He had these chains, The The high necklace is kept in a cabinet in Graceland next to the keys to the singer's famed 1955 pink Cadillac. Never one to be accused of subtlety, Elvis had the necklace designed with 17 diamonds. He purchased the jewelry in 1976, 1 year before he died. He would often make a joke, "I don't want to get left out of heaven on technicality," Marchese said. So he would wear a Star of David, a high, and he would also wear a cross. He's confused. He wanted to keep...
Dude, I'm shaking. I'm
really?
literally shaking.
You never heard this? This is a famous thing, bro.
I cannot believe
He wanted to keep all his bases covered. Gladys heritage notwithstanding, Presley was raised in the Assembly of God Church, but he explored other religions as he got older and began to struggle with physical and mental issues. He was always searching for answers as to why he was chosen to be who he was. I think he found some of those answers through different religions. There have been suggestions that Elvis's handlers didn't want his Jewish heritage known to the public, fearing it might prompt some of his Southern fans to abandon him, but Marchese says there's no evidence of that. It was not something he was shying away from, she said. He would be photographed in these necklaces, and he would make donations to Jewish community centers throughout his entire life. Dude, I can't believe you didn't know, but this is a famous thing.
Dude, I just heard some rumors. I can't believe
this. There's a Haaretz article. By halacha, if not in practice, the king's maternal great-great-grandmother was a member of the tribe. So Elvis is a Jew. Here. Blah, blah, blah. If you're wondering where Elvis is, blah, blah, blah. Here you go. Not an observant or identifying Jew true, but halakhic one, a Jew according to religious law. Enter the great-great-grandmother, through circumstantial evidence pointing to Elvis' connection to the Jews and their culture. The halakhically Jewish case rests on only one bit of information. In Gladys and Elvis, here, Elaine Dundee cited a Presley cousin, Oscar Tackett, who told her that Elvis's maternal great-great-grandmother, Nancy Burdine Tackett, also an ancestor of Oscar's, was Jewish. That would mean
this is what anti-Semites don't understand.
That would mean that Nancy's daughter, Martha Tackett Mansell, and her daughter, Octavia Mansell Smith, and her daughter, Gladys Love Smith Presley, were all Jewish according to traditional Jewish law.
All right. Okay, so he's a Jew, but
Elvis
is like
diluted.
No, it's not diluted. If you're a Jew, then you're a Jew.
Yeah, I'm saying the genetics, but neshama's there. So.
No, it's full. It's a full spiritual Jewish soul.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like this is what anti-Semites don't understand.
Yeah.
That to them it's a Jewish conspiracy. That it's always the Jews who end up in these things. God puts us there.
Yeah.
We don't do this.
Of course, I know.
Anyway, I'm literally shocked. Anyway,
I can't believe you didn't know about this. This is such a famous thing.
All right, so let's learn about his role as an Apollonic.
Dude, can I tell you something? You know, there's something that happens to people when they make Aliyah. They start exploring all kinds of stuff about the nation that otherwise they didn't care when they lived in Chutz La'aretz. Like, they start discovering things about, the Jewish nation. Like, I started discovering things about, all kinds of types of Jews and who is actually Jewish that I never knew. Like, I discovered this Presley thing when I was living in Israel.
I cannot believe it.
It's interesting. There's a lot, these,
Next thing you're going to tell me is Babe Ruth. Who else? Yeah. I'm shocked. I can't think right now. Well, let me just read the text. Okay. All right. So here we are about Elvis. Okay, now when examining the life and career of music and screen legend Elvis Presley, one's confronted with Masonic, quote-unquote Masonic solar synchronicity from birth to death. A devoted Christian, Elvis was nevertheless familiar with the occult works of philosophies of Manly P. Hall, Albert Pike, and Madame Blavatsky, and sometimes read Madame Blavatsky's The Voice of Silence on stage to his audience. This suggests that Elvis is familiar with solar deities and symbolisms of antiquity, yet was unaware that his life was a solar parable from birth to death. That's what he says. Like the foremost Olympian solar deity, right, Apollo, meaning on Mount Olympus the solar deity was Apollo, who was also the god of music, right? Elvis Presley would become an apotheosized Apollonian king of rock and roll. Presley was born in the sign of Capricorn on the 8th of January 1935. Capricorn is exalted from the 22nd of December to January 19th. Exalted in this context is some kind of astrological term, right? It's like Capricorn is exalted from December 22nd to January 19th, during which the winter solstice occurs.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so Capricorn, during which, okay, the winter solstice of December 20th to 22nd is when the sun in the northern hemisphere is annually born again, since the days start to become longer. Remember we were talking about yesterday how when the sun, during the winter time, the sun, it rises, it doesn't get that high in the sky, and then it goes, and then it sets, right?
Yeah.
Like quicker than it does in the spring and the summer.
Yeah.
So there's one point in the winter where the sun reaches its lowest like peak. You know what I mean? And then it goes down. After December 20th to 22nd, that's when it starts to go back up again. It starts to get higher, you know? Like before it was going low, low, low. It got to its lowest point. That's the death of the sun. And then after that, it starts going high and high. That's its rebirth. It's just it's what we're seeing in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay? So thus, Presley, like the sun and solar gods of old, is born under Capricorn. Elvis, synchronizing the sun, dies under the sun of Leo, the lion, on the 16th of August, 1977, which is the sole house of the sun.
Yeah.
Presley, towards the end of his life, routinely wore jumpsuits which featured solar emblems. There's a picture of him wearing like a big solar emblem on his front, okay, including the Mayan solar calendar, which, while performing live, Elvis's early songs were recorded and distributed by Sun Records, Memphis, Tennessee. And then we have Memphis.
Yeah.
You know Memphis? Yeah. That's the Egyptian.
Anyway.
Anyway. So Elvis Presley is an Apollonian king surrounded with solar symbolism.
Yeah.
To this author, this cannot be a coincidence. Yet it is difficult to reconcile. Elvis wears jumpsuits featuring a heliocentric Mayan calendar along with a solar belt buckle. Yeah. Elvis is the sun god or king who associates himself with Sun Records. Yeah. His singing career aside, Presley made numerous films including Jailhouse Rock, Viva Las Vegas, King Creole, Clam Bake, Girls, 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 Love Me Tender, Kid Galahad, and Harem Scarum, among others. Okay. Then there's like a picture of Elvis's, one of his gold chains with like an emblem it says TCB and there's like a lightning bolt. So Elvis Presley's logo was a golden solar emblem, TCB, which stands for taking care of business, with a lightning bolt signifying in a flash or hurry. While esoterically representing the father of the gods, Zeus, right? The lightning bolt. Yeah. He gave these golden medallions to members of so-called Memphis Mafia.
By the way, every time I hear Zeus, I think of in Die Hard, Samuel L. Jackson. Like Zeus. Not hey Zeus, but Zeus, like shove a lightning bolt up your ass. If you mess with me. He's like, I thought your name was Jesus. Like the Spanish. He's like, no, it's hey, comma, Zeus.
Remember that guy? Remember like that actor Sonny Liston Jr. That he played like in a whole bunch. He's like this big kind of like cross-eyed black dude. He always played the bad guy.
Sonny Liston. I don't know if he's Sonny Liston Jr. because Sonny Liston was.
Sonny Liston
was a boxer.
Right. No, but hold on. This actor, he played Zeus in this movie
called
No Holds Barred. Again, he was like the villain to. He's the antagonist to
Hulk Hogan. That would not be. Yeah, it's not Sonny Liston Jr. It's what's his name? Oh my God. Oh, Tommy Lister Jr. Interesting.
Oh,
Debo.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Debo. Debo. He passed away in 2020.
What?
Debo passed away. Yeah, that's right.
That guy. There's no one like that guy.
Yeah. He was blind in his right eye. I like the part where he's in the movie Friday. He's like, that's my bike. He's like, that's my bike. He's like, what bike? Yeah.
Remember, dude, he played the president of Earth in The Fifth Element.
Yeah.
So bizarre.
Yeah.
Anyway, so his name was Zeus in that movie No Holds Barred.
Yeah.
So so every time I think of Zeus, I think of him. So he gave so Elvis gave these golden medallions with the lightning bolt and TCB letters, right, to members of the so-called Memphis Mafia, while the symbol was painted in gold on the tail of Elvis's private airplane. The Memphis Mafia was the nickname for a group of friends, associates, employees, and yes men who surrounded Elvis from 1954 until his death, mirroring the apostles of Christ. They just kept calling him E all the time, like, what's up, E? You know, like, I think they paralleled that in Entourage.
Yeah.
So Sun Records of Memphis, Tennessee, in turn, synchronizes to Memphis, Egypt, which was home to an influential solar temple.
Yeah.
A temple dedicated to Aten in Memphis is attested by hieroglyphs found within the tombs of Memphite dignitaries of the end of the 18th Egyptian dynasty, uncovered at Saqqara. Among them, that of Tutankhamun, who began his career under the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten as a steward of the temple of Aten in Memphis. Akhenaten, whose name means living spirit of Aten, is known before the 5th year of his reign as Amenhotep the Fourth, sometimes given its Greek form Amenophis the Fourth, meaning Amun is satisfied. He was a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt who ruled for 17 years. He is especially noted for abandoning traditional Egyptian polytheism and introducing worship centered solely on the sun, or Aten, which is sometimes described as monotheistic or henotheistic. You got all these like idiot wise guys who want to say that Akhenaten is Moshe, is Moses. Okay, it's stupid. Anyway, an early inscription likens the Aten to the sun as compared to stars. What I will say is that Aten, that this like Akhenaten's like cult, right, that deviated from the norm, it could have been influenced by Yosef, right, because of monotheism, and this could be like the type of Erev Rav guys that Moshe thought that was worth maybe like elevating their sparks. Right? Even though they're like, you know, they like the idea of monotheism, but it still has to be like the sun. You know what I mean? Like, this is like the roots of the Erev Rav. Okay. So.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Just 1 second. My father goes to Costco. And, you know, in Costco, you know who shops at Costco? People who have like 12 children. And my father. So he buys.
Dude, every Russian shops at Costco.
He buys, you know, like Brontosaurus burger, but it's not Brontosaurus burger, it's Brontosaurus vegetables.
Yeah, my parents get mad when I don't shop at Costco. Okay.
Brontosaurus vegetables.
I have to lie to them. that I shop at Costco.
Why? Why?
Because they feel like I'm not getting the savings that I could be.
But it's no. But the amounts are not. Things go bad. As we say in Russian, все портится.
Dude, if my mom gets upset. She gets offended when I don't. Anyway, let's get back to the thing.
It's just this is ridiculous. And then they're just like, why don't you put stuff? I'm like, I don't know where to put this. Your refrigerator is packed with crap. I don't know where to put anything.
Dude, my fridge is too small. Like,
when
when
I'm in my house, I know where everything should go because I'm in control of it. Like, it's not, anyway, whatever. It's like these shouting matches begin. You know, like people.
Dude, you know, like no one in my family when they, you know, like since I've been married, very few people come over to my house.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it's because I've always been living far away from my parents, and they can't. In their mind, I live the way they live.
Yeah.
They don't understand poverty. They've never experienced it.
Either
I mean, not for many years, not since Russia.
No, not even poverty. Like, dude, like, they don't understand that people may be living differently than them, or it's not even poverty, or like, by them, like, dude, now there's like, I'm trying to tell my mother, I'm like, you're having a shouting match because you have too much food. People used to have shouting matches because there was not enough food.
Жиром бесится, right? Жиром бесится.
Yeah.
You know, you heard that expression before, right?
For sure, yeah.
So basically, for the folks at home, жиром бесится means like you're going crazy with the fat.
Yeah.
Meaning you got so much fat that you're losing your mind with it. Meaning like
it's like hallucinating.
Wealth, wealth.
Yeah. It's like what the Torah says. Don't get caught up.
They call it affluenza.
Don't get caught up with the with the Gashmias. That's what they were told before we went into the land. Don't this land has milk and honey, but don't get caught up. Don't get overly fat and wealthy. That's the pitfall. It's the main pitfall. And you see, dude, it's like shouting matches over like crap. Like why? Just like
yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like unnecessary yelling and screaming over a person who bought a giant box of crap that there's no space to put.
Really what it is, it's brain wiring, okay? So after a long time, the brain is wired a certain way, and it needs stimulation, and it gets stimulation one way or another. Yeah. If it's going to be through emotional screaming matches, then that's what it needs. So the brain has to be rewired, and that's effort. Anyway, so basically, Akhenaten, whose name means living spirit of Aten, is known before the 5th year of his reign. Yeah. Oh, I read that already. Okay, fine. Let me scroll to 18th dynasty of Egypt, who ruled for 17 years. He's especially noted for abandoning traditional Egyptian polytheism and introducing worship centered solely on the sun or Aten, which is sometimes described as monotheistic or henotheistic. Yeah. Okay. An early inscription likens the Aten to the sun as compared to stars. And the later official language avoids calling the Aten a god. Rather, it gives the solar deity a status above mere gods. Memphis, Egypt, rests on the banks of the Nile River, paralleling Memphis, Tennessee, which rests on the banks of the New World's Nile River, the Mississippi. Yeah. Sun Records and Elvis's estate named Graceland, both in Memphis, Tennessee, esoterically represent New World solar temples. Yeah. While symbolically, there is actually there's like a large structure, one of the biggest structures in Memphis. It's a big pyramid that they built. Yeah. Anyway, so fine. So Sun Records and Elvis's estate named Graceland, both in Memphis, Tennessee, esoterically represent New World solar temples, while symbolically designating Elvis as America's rock and roll, solar, and musical messiah, or Apollo. Yeah. Elvis dies reading The Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus, 1972, by Frank Adams, synchronizing one Sun King, Jesus, with another, Elvis. Graceland is one of the most visited landmarks in America. It really is. And Presley is buried on its grounds in the Meditation Garden. Elvis fans and disciples make pilgrimages to Graceland like it was holy shrine and collect Elvis's personal belongings, keeping them like they were sacred relics. You remember Uncle Jesse from Full House? He was an Elvis fanatic, and he would make pilgrimages to Graceland. Yeah. Okay? Uncle Jesse, a Greek guy.
Yes. Have mercy.
Right?
Have mercy.
A Greek worshiper of Apollo.
Yeah, exactly.
God. Crazy. Like a resurrected son, rumors that Elvis survived his own death. Yeah. This is crazy. Like a resurrected son, meaning S-U-N, right? Yeah. Rumors that Elvis survived his own death began to immediately circulate after his apparent drug overdose. It now appears like a solar religion has grown up posthumously around the Apollonian king of rock and roll. Thus, Elvis's solar life and personality, paralleling Jesus and Horus, by the way, and Dionysus and Mithra, appears to be a unique product of the world's collective unconscious.
Weird.
Elvis Presley personifies what the world wanted and needed him to be.
Yeah.
A messianic musical sun king who happens to be a Jew, another Jewish, guy serving this role for the Gentiles. Elvis's life, from his humble beginnings to his rise to musical superstar, is the raw material that dreams are made out of. Is that not insane, dude?
It's crazy.
How could all that be a coincidence?
Nope, it's not.
So he's showing a newspaper clipping from the newspaper The Sun.
Yeah.
And it says he was 42.
Yeah.
And alone, King Elvis dead. Well, they just call him the king,
Yeah.
That's how people call him the king. Dude, Elvis was God, like here.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It's crazy. He was way more. He was huger than.
In the words of Eddie Murphy, they let him do movies. He couldn't act. He's like lemonade. He's like Elvis. Like, say lemonade. That cool refreshing
drink. Yeah.
You gotta win the race.
Red Fox.
Yeah.
Remember, he's like, he goes, Daddy. He goes, Red Fox. He tried to sell me. He goes, he was in some financial trouble, so he was trying to sell me something. And Red Fox was like, hey, you want to buy this Elvis watch? Right? He goes, oh really? When did you buy that? How long you had that? About 30 years. And he goes, after 30 years, that ain't Elvis watch. That's Red Fox watch. Yeah. I don't want to wear a Red Fox watch.
Hilarious.
Oh man, that is so great. Anyway,
you gotta win the race.
You gotta win.
You gotta lemonade.
That cool fishing drink.
Dude, you know that the Beatles that before they became the Beatles, when they were the Quarrymen, they had purposely the Elvis haircut before they had those mop top things.
Yeah.
They had the Elvis.
Dude, Elvis was their king, by the way.
Yeah.
Elvis was everybody's king.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, of that whole, like, all those type of people, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you just can't believe it.
Yeah.
I'm shaking. From what you told me. The idea of the esoteric solar man or New Age resurrected sun god is marketable in Hollywood. Yeah. This character generally dwells in ignorance. You see, Hollywood is pushing. You see, it doesn't want to reveal the truth that all of these, the Apollo, all this resurrected sun god, these are partsufim. Yeah. They're trying to hide the truth of that, because if they're partsufim, that means there's one source, God. That's it. Yeah. They will do anything to stop that. Yeah. The idea of the esoteric solar man, or New Age resurrected sun god, is marketable in Hollywood. This character generally dwells in ignorance or darkness, only to be brought to enlightenment or gnosis. Gnosis, just so people know, gnosis, all right? Which means, to them, it means sublime wisdom and revelation. Thus allowing ascensio, right, which is aristocratic and rightful leadership. And apotheosis, divine approbation. Achieving the pleroma, that's Greek, pleroma. Pleroma refers to the totality of divine mystical powers and the Spirit of God. This philosophy is best reflected in the doctrines of Gnosticism. Gnosticism, from gnostikos, right? That's a Greek, learned from ancient Greek gnosis, okay? Knowledge is the belief that the material world was created by the demiurge. Oh, this is going to get interesting. The material world was created by the demiurge, a lesser god, which should be shunned, right? And the spiritual realm should be embraced as God's true world. It's the exact opposite of Judaism. The exact opposite. Unbelievable, right? Yep. It's like really the higher realms, right, are really just like they're higher and they're heavenly and all that kind of stuff, but they are to be God's primary focus is here in this world. Yeah, that's what the resurrection is about. Okay, so it's the opposite. It's amazing. The craftsman god, or the demiurge, right, was and still is assisted by a group of enforcers known as the archons, who are both angelic and demonic. On the demiurge, right? Masonic symbolist and philosopher Manly P. Hall says, quote, the Gnostics were divided in their opinions concerning the demiurgus of creator of the lower worlds. He established, you see, they're not a monotheistic, this is not a monotheistic thing. There's like a dualism here for the Gnostics. Yeah. Okay, so again, the Gnostics were divided in their opinions concerning the demiurge of creator of the lower worlds. He established the terrestrial universe, the demiurgus, right? It was individualized as the lowest creation out of the substance called pleroma. We were talking about a similar substance which is called beration. Remember we were learning about in the beginning, the Bible unauthorized? Yeah. This undifferentiated substance. Yeah. So one group of Gnostics was the opinion that the demiurgus was the cause of all misery and was an evil creature who by building this lower world had separated the souls of men from truth by encasing them in mortal vehicles. The other sect viewed the demiurgus as being divinely inspired and merely fulfilling the dictates of the invisible Tord, T-O-R-D.
The hell?
I have no idea what that is. But it sounds a lot like some of the stuff that they said in Ghostbusters. Remember? Yeah. Remember Rick Moranis when he is possessed by the dog, by that evil demon dog? Yeah. And he's running around, and then Egon is asking him, he goes, who are you? He goes, Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer. You know, he's like, in the last of the McKettrick supplicants, you got to read his little speech. Hold on, this is relevant. This is worth it. This is worth it. Because we talked about Ghostbusters, being inspired by Tesla. Yeah. The Tesla story. So, hold on. Vince Clortho. Vince Clortho speech. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on a second.
Sir, I'm just going to let you know that we're coming up on 3.5.
Yeah.
You and your time.
You and your time was ridiculous, non-existent, foolish nonsense. Okay, goes to the Vince Clortho speech. He goes, Vince Clortho, Keymaster Gozer, Gozer the Traveler will come in one of the pre-chosen forms. During the rectification of the Voldrani, the Traveler came as a very large and moving Torb. There's a Torb. Very close to Tord, what we just read. Interesting. Then, of course, in the third reconciliation of the last of the McKettrick supplicants, they chose a new form for him. Yeah, that of a giant slore.
Yeah, Torbs or semi-serpentine Goliaths that resemble giant eels with muscular arms.
That's what a Tord is?
Torb with a B.
Oh, that's a real thing? That's crazy.
Hold on.
Many shrubs and Zulus knew what it was to be roasted in the depths of the slore that day, I can tell you. Remember that? Yeah. And then Annie Potts goes to Egon. She goes, Egon, I'm usually very psychic about this. I'm afraid you're going to die. That's actually really, that's really eerie. Come to think of it.
That's funny.
Anyway, so the dictates of the invisible Tord. Let me back up a second. Okay, so the other sect viewed the demiurges as being divinely inspired and merely fulfilling the dictates of the invisible Tord, T-O-R-D. Some Gnostics were of the opinion that the Jewish god, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, was the demiurgist. That's what I was telling you. This concept, under a slightly different name, apparently influenced medieval Rosicrucianism, which viewed Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh as the Lord of the material universe rather than of the supreme deity. It's crazy. They're idolaters. To the Gnostics, the Christ was the personification of the nous, N-O-U-S, I don't know, which is the divine mind and emanated from higher spiritual eons. Okay, although Ralph Richardson, 1902, he lived 1902 to 1983, is billed as the supreme being in 1981's Time Bandits. The actor Ralph Richardson, right? Yeah. This god behaves more like the demiurge. Remember Time Bandits? Crazy movie.
I don't remember it.
It was a British movie of these. It's awesome, and even like they even had Sean Connery was in it. He played like this Greek king.
Oh, Trebek, we meet again. Your mother's a whore.
You scallywag, something like that, right?
It's like, that's what your mother said last night, Trebek. It's like, ain't no bum cover. That is an album cover, Mr. Connery. I hate my life.
He goes, don't tell me that's an anal bum cover. I spent many years of my life trying to develop an anal bum cover. Not
my greatest regret.
One of my greatest regrets.
He's like,
you've lived a horrible life.
You have lived a horrible life, Mr. Connery. Ha 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 ha.
He goes, don't talk to me with your Dago mustache and your greasy hair.
He's like, yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Big hat. Yeah, it's funny. Bigger than normal. It's funny. Yeah. All right. So, okay, so here we go. Although Ralph Richardson was the supreme being in the movie Time Bandits, which was 1981. So this version of whatever, this portrayal of God, behaves more like the demiurge. This deity endlessly harasses the protagonists and is only interested in reclaiming his secret map. The map provides material riches to those who know how to unlock its secrets. At film's end, the supreme being has no problem sending Kevin Craig back to his boring existence and apathetic parents. He's the boy in the movie. So the supreme being also places Kevin in harm's way, returning him to his home, which is engulfed in flames. Evil David Warner, on the other hand, is consistently questioning the supreme being's true motives and decision-making process. Evil seems more interested in advancing mankind than his counterpart, who wants to keep humanity stale in a state of perpetual servitude. It goes to show you who we're dealing with here. Okay? The Gnostic, a lot of the Thule guys are, they have Gnosticism incorporated in their crap. Gnostic ideas influence many ancient religions, which teach that gnosis, variously interpreted as knowledge, enlightenment, salvation, and emancipation, or oneness with God, may be reached by practicing philanthropy to the point of personal poverty, sexual abstinence as far as possible for hearers, totally for initiates, and diligently searching for wisdom by helping others. Gnostic belief held that the light-bearing serpent in the Garden of Eden was not evil. Rather, it opened Adam and Eve's eyes to reality. Good and evil, right and wrong. A conscious awakening, gnosis. So just for a second, I'm going to stop the text for a second. From the Torah perspective, you see, the problem is these people don't know how to read Hebrew. Okay? The tree, the name of the tree is translated as such. It is the tree of the intimate union and mixing of good and evil. That means that good and evil are difficult to be able to tell apart from each other. It becomes a subjective reality, which is inferior to an objective reality, which they had before, which is called truth and falsehood. Okay? So this opening of the eyes was not a step forward. Okay? Idiots, just learn Hebrew and read it. Hebrew is not just for Jews. It's the language of God. The whole world spoke Hebrew. Until the Tower of Babel. We're all going to return to that. It's your language, Gentiles, just as much as it is mine.
Sir?
Okay?
Do you realize how should I put this? How far removed... Hold on a second, man. Hold on.
More Russianism. Gotcha.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah. Right? And there's a picture, a meme from the Babylon Bee of Adam and Eve. Right? She shall be called, I really can't say. Adam confused by new creature God put in the garden, as he is not a biologist.
That's funny. Listen, man, it's just...
This is what I was talking about Sodom, you know? It's just, you know, everybody's so nice, quote unquote. But, you know, a person who was nominated because she's a woman cannot define what the hell she is.
Dude, Sodom was noted for the idea of we don't take kindly to strangers around here.
Yeah, for sure.
That was their thing.
Yeah.
They were all super wealthy. The reason why they let Lot live among them is because Lot was one of the richest men on earth.
Yeah.
Okay, and he was famous, Abraham's most famous man on earth. He was his nephew. Okay, and so they let him live there because he was already prestigious, and he wasn't. To them, they wanted to make sure that poor people were not motivated to come and live or be anywhere near them. Yeah. So they did the most horrible things to them to scare the hell anybody poor from ever coming near Sodom. That's why they wanted to rape those things. And then there was a case which Chazal talk about in the Gemara, the Talmud. It talks about this girl. She was a resident. She was somebody's daughter in Sodom. Yeah. And she was caught giving a poor person something, I think some honey maybe, or something to eat. So they killed her by covering her with bees, a young girl. Yeah. So this is what they did to discourage any type of charity. You know, they were eugenicists. They didn't want... Okay. Anyway.
Yep.
So evil seems more interested. Gnostic belief held that the light-bearing serpent of the Garden of Eden was not evil, rather it opened Adam and Eve's eyes. He opened Adam and Eve's eyes to reality, according to this text, good and evil, right and wrong. A conscious awakening, gnosis. Okay, this is what they call gnosis. This is where Gnostic comes from. To the Gnostics, the resurrected Son is an emblem of the divine spark, right? To be born again. And resurrected was the sun or divine light. Okay. Solar light symbolizes true divine esoteric revelation when one is truly birthed into true consciousness or enlightenment. Yeah. Being enlightened, one has achieved a form of hermetic and in some instances what this author terms a Kabbalistic alchemical ascensio or apotheosis. Yeah. Within Christianity, by the way, there's a Christian Kabbalah. Yeah. They spell it with a C. Yeah. Usually in New Age writing. Yeah. Within Christianity, the dying and resurrected Son Man or deity is Jesus. Yeah. In cinema, this becomes time traveler James Cole, Bruce Willis, who dies at the end of the movie 12 Monkeys, yet is resurrected, watching his younger self leave the airport in safety, the film's climax. Cole is sent back in time by a group of scientists to prevent a toxic virus from wiping out most of humanity. Now listen to this. James Cole's initials are JC, symbolizing Jesus Christ, or the resurrected Son Man. Yeah. James Cole dies at the film's conclusion, yet is resurrected over and over and over again. Okay? Space-time continuum in 12 Monkeys is a predestination paradox, also called a causal loop. Yeah. A causality loop, and less frequently called a closed loop or a closed time loop. It exists when a time traveler is caught in a sequence of events that predestines or predates him or her. 1 second. Excuse me. Okay. That predates him or her to travel back in time. In 12 Monkeys, Cole is forever stuck in a never-ending loop that he cannot escape from despite his actions. As a child, he will always see himself die, and as an adult, he will always be sent back in time and be shot dead in Philadelphia's airport. Cole, like Jesus, is a savior heroic archetype. Since both Jesus and Cole are on spiritual missions to save mankind from itself. Jesus offers eternal life to mankind, right, according to Christianity, while Cole is sent back in time in the hopes of saving humanity from a deadly virus. During his mysterious quest, Cole is assisted by the sacred feminine, who is personified by Catherine Rayleigh, who's played by Madeline Stowe, who is a beautiful lady, who represents Sophia, or divine female wisdom and enlightenment. Rayleigh, a Baltimore psychiatrist, this Madeline Stowe's character in 12 Monkeys.
Yeah.
Rayleigh, a Baltimore psychiatrist, helps Cole unravel the mysteries of time travel while supporting his efforts to save humankind.
Yeah.
Sophia, which is Greek for wisdom, is a central... By the way, you know the word Sophia is an ancient chayil, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Sophia is Greek for wisdom, is a central idea in Hellenistic philosophy and religion. Platonism, Gnosticism, Orthodox Christianity, Neoplatonism, and Christian Kabbalah. Sophiology is a philosophical concept regarding wisdom, as well as a theological concept regarding the wisdom of the biblical God. That's what he says. Mary Magdalene, which represents the sacred feminine, believed that Jesus spoke the truth. So too, the Rayleigh character in the 12 Monkeys, right, Madeline Stowe, right, becomes convinced of Cole's veracity because, it's hard to believe, but she becomes convinced that he's telling the truth. That's, Bruce Willis. Rayleigh comes to believe that Cole, Bruce Willis, has been sent from the future to prevent a contagion from wiping out most of Earth's population. Like Jesus, Cole is mocked, shunned, attacked, imprisoned, and criticized by his peers in the process. This is their story, part of James Cole's mission is to find and locate 12 monkeys, more accurately known as the Army of 12 Monkeys, which are a sublime representation of the 12 houses of the zodiac. Cole believes that the Army of the 12 Monkeys holds the key to the virus, but esoterically, Cole is looking for the 12 signs of the zodiac, which he, as a solar hero, governs, right? He has to take control of them. Finally, unlocking the mystery of the 12 monkeys with the help of Rayleigh, Cole comes to understand that truth lays elsewhere. Cole and Rayleigh finally achieve gnosis, which is what they call wisdom and truth, of how the virus spreads. But Cole dies before he can prevent it. Cole is eternally resurrected by observing himself as a little boy depart the airport. If the sun is an emblem of the... What'd you say?
No, it's just weird. The whole thing is weird.
This is unbelievable. Like, I know all these movies. I never noticed any of this. If the sun is an emblem of divine, godly light, quote unquote, right, then the absence of it portends evil. This, I don't know what the word portend means. I don't want to pretend like I do. This can be...
Implies.
Implies, okay. This can be seen... Hey, listen, we're truth fanatics, right?
Yeah.
The truth is, sometimes I'm dumb. This can be seen in horror films such as The Exorcist. Again, the sun is an emblem of quote-unquote divine godly light. Then the absence of it portends evil. This can be seen in horror films such as The Exorcist, which takes place during the autumn months. Symbolism related to the weather is also featured in the Omen trilogy. You know those horror movies, The Omen, right? Which is to be analyzed in Chapter 2. During the autumn and winter, the sun's power gets weaker. In the northern hemisphere, the earth symbolically dies during these months. Trees shed their leaves, plant life decays, the days are shorter, and the temperature is colder. With the sun becoming weaker, night or darkness becoming longer, and on a symbolic level, evil is exalted. Okay, in other words, evil is given license to roam free in the Omen trilogy, which is, again, during the autumn and winter months, and The Exorcist, also in the autumn month, since they are set against an autumn and winter backdrop. However, when the sun, Son of God, is resurrected at the vernal equinox, which is Easter, right? That's Christianity calls it Easter, okay? So, So again, however, when the Son, S-U-N of God, is resurrected at the vernal equinox, Easter within Christianity, does the sun overtake the darkness? Okay, during the year, the weather once again turns warm, and plant life returns to the rejuvenated earth. Christian symbolism can be seen at the end of 1971's The Omega Man, Dr. Robert Neville's, who was played by Charlton Heston. Dr. Robert Neville's blood contains antibodies which can create a vaccine to cease the mutation that is plaguing humanity. The virus causes humans to turn into mutated zombie-like albinos. My God.
The heck?
With a penchant for destruction. Neville is killed. This is like the precursor to CRT, right? Critical race theory.
Yep.
Neville is killed at the end of the film by having a spear thrust into his side. Perishing, he passes a holy grail, a flask of his blood serum, with the cure to restore humanity, to an acolyte, and dies cruciform on a cross-like sculpture with one knee turned in. This iconography is echoed in 300, which sees Leonidas laying amongst the Spartan dead in a cruciform, shape, pierced by arrows, symbolizing his Christ-like apotheosis, transforming him into the savior of the Greek people. Leonidas' death at the hot gates, quote-unquote the hot gates, galvanizes Greece into uniting, thereby thwarting Xerxes, the Persian ruler, his plan for world domination. Neville, anticipating Leonidas, is Jesus or the Savior archetype. The spear thrust into Neville, again, this is back to that Charlton Heston movie. The spear thrust into Neville's side by Matthias, which is played by Anthony Zerbe, I don't know who that is, symbolizes the infamous spear of Longinus, which was plunged into the side of Jesus during the crucifixion. Neville, like Jesus, saves humanity by passing the quote-unquote Holy Grail, containing the sanguine antibiotic cure to one of his friends or disciples. Sanguine, the blood, right? Neville gives his life, becoming a cinematic crucified savior of mankind. So we have the summer solstice, right? The winter solstice, the autumn and the spring. It forms, the places where it appears on the globe, it forms a cross. Okay? That's where the cross symbol really comes from. The Son of God, quote unquote, the Son of God, right? Lowercase g, quote unquote, crucified on the terrestrial cross created by the solstices and the equinoxes. See, it's pure astrology. In Christian mysteries, the quote unquote cross that Jesus, who is the Son, S-U-N, is not S-O-N, S-U-N, is crucified upon, represents the terrestrial cross formed by the two solstices and equinoxes, as well the celestial cross formed by the four fixed signs of the zodiac, which are Aquarius, Leo, Scorpius, and Taurus. Yeah. They're also, if you were to draw lines, they would be in the shape of a cross to connect the dots. The sun waxes and wanes upon these two quote-unquote crosses. Folks, remember, cross is a geometric shape. Okay? Yeah. No one can put a copyright on a geometric shape. God created that. Yeah. Okay? Geometry is for everyone. Yeah. Okay, the birth of Jesus is also astro-theological. Yeah. The birth of the solar savior was heralded by, in the Christian story, Persian magi, right? Yeah. Who are bearing gifts, who have followed the eastern star to locate the birth of the sun, of the S-U-N of God.
That's funny. So it was a couple of guys from Great Neck who came to Briss, basically, what you're saying.
Or from Sherman Oaks, California. Yes. Either way. They were following the eastern, so they were moving from east to west.
By the way, Lex Friedman posted something funny. It shows, it's a meme, so it's like 14-year-olds today or 14-year-old kids now, and it's like two NPCs, and one goes, haha, you don't have a girlfriend. The other one's like, no, she's from another school. You don't know her. No. And then
she lives in Canada.
And then it says, 14-year-olds in the Middle Ages. How's your wife? Dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
And two guys with the beards, you know? The alpha guys.
Yep. That's how it was, unfortunately.
Anyway.
So the birth of the solar, quote-unquote, solar savior was heralded by three Persian magi bearing gifts who have followed the eastern star to locate the birth of God's Sun. The three Persian kings are esoteric personifications of the stellar three kings, which are called the dry Kronings, which are the stars Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka that form Orion's belt, the three stars of Orion's belt. Although Osiris has solar attributes, the god, quote unquote, is represented by the constellation Orion in the Egyptian stellar mysteries. Okay? On December 24th, these three stars align with the Eastern Star, or Sirius. Okay? Or also known Isis, or also known as the Virgin Mother, who has lunar attributes.
Yeah.
Okay? By the way, they say that Sirius is part of a binary system with our sun.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we have, again, on December 24th, these three stars align. The Eastern Star, Sirius, my grandma passed away on December 24th. So Eastern Star, Sirius, Isis, the Virgin Mother.
Sir, we're almost on 4 hours, you know.
All right, I'm trying to finish this little section.
I mean, there has to be a ultimate point here.
Yeah, we're learning the language of the people who are trying to destroy us, so we can so that we can recognize the symbolic stuff that they put out.
I was going to say that I've been already watching this for 10 years, but I guess the folks at home cannot pick up on this.
No, but you don't. Yeah. You've been noticing something.
No,
now you can understand their language.
No,
literally.
I knew about a lot of the symbology, not everything, but yeah, man. Like, people make videos, dude. Like, I'm telling you, just regular people on YouTube make videos about this stuff, like about the all, that all-seeing eye thing and the.
Okay, I know. No, yeah. So you know about symbols, and you know that symbols are placed there, but I want us to learn their actual language so that they can't hide anything.
Yeah.
Like this is like a language that they use to communicate stuff all the time for those who, and they want people to know.
Yeah.
They want some people to know.
Yeah.
Okay? So
it's just really frustrating to me how you would think that people who are connected to Torah would realize that this stuff is still around, that it didn't die with Pharaoh and drowning in the sea or whatever it is. It didn't die with him. It's stayed throughout all these years, and you would think that people who are teaching Torah, I mean, again, Bartzarak notwithstanding, dude, I haven't met any people in the significant mainstream Torah world, even people who are not into the Shmek scene, who are talking about any of this. They speak about
the Rambam wrote tons on it.
Rambam, but I'm saying I'm talking about today. The people are just turned their antenna are turned off. They're completely. It's almost as if the Torah to them is some book of archetypes, and just that's basically it. It doesn't seem like it's real to them. It doesn't seem like it's like something that's really tangible even today. Just turn on your television screen. I guess for them it's like they don't even want to turn on the television screen because they don't want. They actually they feel it's like Bittul Torah. What they don't realize is that the whole world is Torah. So it's like, yeah, it might be Bittul Torah, but it's not really Bittul Torah.
I'll give you a hint as to why.
Okay.
Jacob he taught he taught Joseph, right, special knowledge. Okay, that Yaakov himself learned from Shem and Yever. Okay, so he went, and Joseph was because of that knowledge, he was able to survive these teachings when he went to Egypt. He was immersed in this stuff, but like diesel, like nuclear style. You know what I mean? It was like we can't even imagine. Yeah. Right? And that's really what it means when Jacob thought that Joseph was dead. Yeah. Okay? He thought that he didn't make it through this type of material, right? Without seeing through it and without seeing the partsufim. Yeah. Without seeing you know what I mean? He couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't navigate.
So Yaakov thought that Yosef would not be able to be like a Chabad Shliach, where he remains more or less keeping Torah mitzvahs and holy while seeing students on campus.
Well, it wasn't just that. Yeah. What the goal was, right? Because most of the sparks that they had to elevate were in Egypt at that time. Yeah. So, and this is related to those sparks. All the stuff that we're learning right now, these are sparks that Joseph elevated to a large extent during his work. If you review what the Hebrew scripture talks about when Joseph was running Egypt, right? Yeah. The stuff that he made the people do, all that is hidden there. And so that's why I'm reading this. Like we gotta understand it. I just want to quickly finish up. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like we have like a live audience where they're like getting fed up. You know, like so. Okay, so I'm gonna like speed through this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So again, although Osiris has solar attributes, so let me back up. The three Persian kings are esoteric personifications of the stellar three kings, which are the dry konings, which are the stars, Al-Natak, Al-Nilam, and Mintaka that form Orion's belt. Although Osiris has solar attributes, the god is represented by the constellation Orion in its totality, right? Not just the belt, which were big in the Egyptian mystery schools. On December 24th, these three stars align with the eastern star, Sirius, okay? Also known the Virgin Mother, who has lunar attributes, which is the brightest star in the evening sky. Yeah, Sirius is the brightest star in the sky. This stellar calibration locates the spot of the sunrise on the horizon on the morning of December 25th. Hence, the son of lowercase God is newly born every 25th of December. Okay, this is an astronomical event. This Egyptian astral symbolism would be changes in the Christian mysterion, become the legend of the three kings following the eastern star to locate the birth of God's son. Okay? So, as you can see, it's clearly Christianity, clearly a retelling of the Egyptian religion. At the winter solstice, December 21st, the sun is at its lowest demarcation in the northern hemisphere. Okay? The sun does not move on the horizon for 3 days. The word solstice means sun stands still. Originating from the Latin sol, sun, right? And sister, to stand still. Okay? On December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree north, thus making it the birthday of the newly born annual sun, S-U-N. So astrotheology of this nature is incorporated into the Final Omen installment, the movie, The Omen, right? Yeah. The final, which is called The Final Conflict. Yeah. If one wants to see the Gnostic demiurge in all his manipulative glory, look no further than Bela Lugosi's portrayal as the scientist in 1953's movie Glenn or Glenda. Yeah. Lugosi's lesser god, or the demiurge, pulls the string, controlling his earthly marionettes while attempting to correct the genders. Wow. And and justifies transvestism as one of his rectifiable mistakes. Lugosi's Martinet tries to fix men who like to wear girls' clothes, while the film's narrator, Dr. Alton, who was played by Timothy Farrell, constantly reminds the viewer that these men are transvestites and not homosexuals. Mm-hmm. Like a child overseeing an ant farm, Lugosi mordantly enjoys being humanity's master. He looks down on mankind with great derision, stating, quote, people, all going somewhere, all with their own thoughts, their own ideas, all with their oin personalities. Pull the string, right? Lugosi's demiurge acknowledges that change occurs slowly, coinciding with the astrological signs of the ages. Other themes relating to Gnosticism are prevalent in popular movies, most notably 1999's The Matrix, which is diagnosed symbolically in Chapter 9. Okay, so see, there's an engraving here from Athanasius Kircher's Oedipus Aegiaticus from 1652, 1654, portrays Typhon as a dark, malignant entity who is anti-sun. Kircher, a Jesuit priest and scholar, wrote extensively about Hermeticism, medicine, and Egyptology. Okay, so we can stop here. So next, we're going to pick up talking about the sun, Egyptian mysteries, and Typhon.
Amazing.
Who served as the Judas Iscariot character in Christianity.
And that will be episode 69, B'ezrat Hashem.
You know how like elevators don't have like a 13th floor?
Yeah.
Maybe we should skip episode 69. It's too easy to, in this perverted...
No, but that's Woodstock, man. I know what you're trying to say, but we could talk about Woodstock. And we actually could talk about all the symbology of Woodstock.
Remember Billy Madison somewhere, like somebody says 69? Yeah. He's like, page 69, and then in a group of children, right? And I think the teacher is like, okay, boys and girls, turn your books to page 69. And then Billy Madison's here. He's like, 69, right? He's the only one who gets it.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. Listen, it's like idiots. What do they call it?
It's funny, though. It's really funny.
Dinner for schmucks, as we say.
Yeah.
Dinner for schmucks.
Can I read you something for a second?
Yes.
Just to kind of end off on a light note, sort of. So I posted a meme that I made with Ace Ventura, right?
Yeah.
So hold on a second. Trying to find it. Come on, man. Second. Here we go. So whatever. So basically, somebody replying to me by the name of Very Curious 75. He says, "Is this Jim Carrey? He's the biggest POS. He also uses sign language from Freemasons." Okay?
Interesting.
So then my reply is, "This is a meme, understood by people with a sense of humor that don't overanalyze everything."
Yeah.
But if you want to go deep, I use him because many people are already familiar with him, and also I enjoy the idea of using him in the context of something Jim Carrey hates.
Yeah.
He would hate to become a tool of the truth movement.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. With that said, sir.
Truth Fanatics out.
Truth Fanatics out. 4 hours. No more torture for our fans. I'm kidding.
I don't know. I think some of our fans may not find this completely torturous.
No, I'm kidding. It's just long.
It's like, hey, listen, this is valuable information.
It is. And now they know.
I mean, you want to understand what's going on in the world? This is what you got to hear.
Yeah. This is what you got to be subjected to. It's true.
That's what you are subjected to.
Listen,
I'm just helping us understand.
Yeah, we're doing like 4 hours or, 7.5 hours compared to the decades that these MFers have been pushing their nonsense on us.
Some of these bastards were born into this. They just understand it from their mother's milk.
Yeah. Like Madonna, the whore of Babylon. and others like her who taught the younger generation. But we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, sir.
All right. I'm going to hit up the Regal Beagle.
Yeah.
You're there, Chi.
Yeah.
Texas. Mission accomplished.
Oh, my God.
You're there, Chi.
Listen, it's all about All in the Family. Those were the days.
Those were the days.
When you can make... Ate it. I love when he gives a eulogy at the Jewish funeral. Oh my God.
God, I cannot tell you the depths of love I have for Archie Bunker, the character, not the actor.
Yeah.
Who was a liberal douche.
Yeah, and Meathead, that clown who in real life
is the worst of the worst.
He's the worst leftist. He's on Twitter, that guy, and he's saying really stupid things. Really stupid.
Dude, Meathead needs help.
It's not even Arab. It's just some of these people are just stupid. They're just stupid.
No, I don't think Meathead is Arab.
They're just stupid Manhattanite / Hollywoodite Jew, I guess Jews, I don't know, who are just like lost. It's just the land of the lost. You know, like the dinosaur show, The Land of the Lost?
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're dinosaurs and they're lost.
You know what my brother said about Yuval Harari?
No.
He said that this is what happens. He said this is what happens to a Jew when he gets separated from Torah and mitzvahs.
I mean, that guy tried, supposedly. We read that article. He tried, and then he didn't.
I mean, it sounds like horseshit. I
don't know if it's horseshit. I met a lot of people like that. I met a lot of these guys who were like, they tried, and then I guess they read the Torah, and then they figured, well, I'm a, whatever, into... I play for the other team, so I guess the Torah doesn't like me, so there's no point in keeping it. That's what these guys are.
Yeah, you know what I noticed about these supposed triers?
Mm-hmm.
They give the Torah only the briefest of chances. And then, and they never ever give it the same attention that they give literally anything else. Their stupid comic books, everything else, they immerse themselves in it with gusto.
For sure.
And the Torah, okay, I read it one time.
Dude, but that's the Yetzer Hara, man. That's it. That's how the Yetzer Hara works. That's one of the things.
I don't call that giving it a chance. I don't call that.
I know, but that's part of that's that's how that works, man. That's how that works.
Okay.
We're in a battle. We're in a big battle. This is the war. Everything we see in military war, that's all a facade for the real battle, obviously.
You know that song by Blue Oyster Cult?
Which one?
I'm a veteran of 1,000 psychic wars. Been living on the
never heard it.
It was on the Heavy Metal soundtrack. You know that cartoon from the 80s, Heavy Metal?
Okay. I mean,
they did a South Park episode about it. It was called like Epic Boobs or something like that.
The hell?
Remember with the cat pee? Like they would make a cat pee in their face, and then they would make them high, and all of a sudden they end up in like
it's like some sort of Horozora thing.
The heavy metal music, right?
So weird. Oh my God. You know, it's funny, but it's like they're lampooning this kind of stuff. What's it? Trey Parker.
I hope so. I hope they're not participating in it.
No. I think they're lampooning, just like they lampooned Tom Cruise coming out of an actual closet, and Mel Gibson doing whatever the hell he does. I'm telling you, man, it's like they can do anything because there's a cartoon. You can do anything with a cartoon, and not be called this and that and the other, racist, homophobic, whatever. It's a cartoon. It's wonderful.
Man, that Primus music. That's the perfect. I mean, there couldn't have been a better intro.
Wait,
best intro.
Intro to what?
To South Park, Primus.
Oh, that's Primus, really?
Yeah, man.
That's Primus?
That's Primus.
I didn't know that.
Come on out of South Park.
Wow.
That's Les Claypool, man. A signature Les Claypool. What was that band that Timmy was He was Lords of the Underground. Is that what like that was awesome. That was a good song.
Jimmy.
It was funny. The most random thing ever. It was really cool. What's the name of the lead singer of The Cure? Like John Smith?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Dude,
you have to understand something. I came to America in 1987. I had a lot of catching up to do, and I did as much catching up as I could, thanks mainly to two sources. And you have to remember something. I didn't see cable until we moved to Jersey in 1992. Cable was not around.
The wild world of sports.
The cable was not.
South Park.
Dude, cable was not available in Brooklyn until the mid 90s. So the TV that I saw was relegated to like 5 or 6 channels from 87 to 92, and what I saw was basically, the WPIX.
All right, that was my experience too.
I'm just saying the WPIX movie of the whatever Sunday, whatever.
Dude, that was huge. Man.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is that all only began in early 1988. So whatever I saw of, let's say, all of these shows that were popular in the early 80s, I saw the reruns. I saw the syndication already. Looking back, I didn't know what that was. I saw. Granted, I saw Full House and all that. What's that? The other show, Perfect Strangers, when it premiered. But that was already late '80s. But I missed an entire 7 years of the '80s. Granted, it probably would have been like in my as a kid, probably let's say 4 years. I missed an entire 4 or 5, 3 years. But those are like those 4. I missed the Goonies. I missed all of that. I had to catch up. You understand?
But you watched the Goonies since then, right?
I watched it not in its entirety. I need to sit down and actually watch it in its entirety. I've seen parts of a lot of these movies. Some of these movies I've seen.
Dude, I don't think you should be an American unless you watch the Goonies.
Dude,
that should be part of it.
Dude, again, you're right. I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff that I saw it if I saw it in its entirety. The only movies that I remember in their entirety I can recite to you backwards and frontwards is like Bloodsport and a couple of other movies.
I feel like you didn't. Understand what I was saying. I say you got to turn in your passport until you watch the Goonies.
Sure. I hear.
Okay.
I hear. Listen,
right.
Again, there's a lot of stuff where it's just like, you should be. I'm surprised that I know the stuff that I know.
No, dude, you're an OG. I was just joking.
Yeah,
seriously.
No. I'm just saying, again, people. There's just a lot of. I'm telling you, man. We missed.
Dude, you knew something that I didn't know, which is when it comes to this stuff, you knew that oh my God, what's the guy's name from Police Academy?
Oh, that Sweet Chuck.
You knew Sweet Chuck.
Dude, because I was obsessed with Police. Dude, you understand? I was obsessed. Police Academy. I watched the cartoon. Remember the cartoon Police Academy after school?
Yes, it was an awesome cartoon.
I was obsessed. Police Academy was something that Russian Jewish kids in Brooklyn became obsessed with. It was just like this thing.
If I had to think about the 80s,
yeah.
here's what I would think: Reagan, Darth Vader,
yeah,
and either Mahoney and
dude, there was a lot of the movies.
Motormouth.
Do you know what a lot of the movies became memorable for me? Was because
the black dude with the voices.
Listen,
what's his name? Michael Winslow.
Oh, Michael Winslow, dude! Any movie or show where they released action figures for Police Academy, they had that. They also had that for they had it for G.I. Joe, obviously, but Police Academy they had the action figures and all these different things.
Ghostbusters had the best. Ghostbusters
had action figures. So anything of that nature, that was something that I remembered and got into, and all these kind of things.
Turtles
that's already late 80s, early 90s already.
Yeah.
91,
you're right.
90, 91, 92, Jurassic Park, all that stuff. Dude,
how hot was April O'Neil? Seriously, hottest cartoon ever.
Smokestack. Hands
Actually, Rogue from X-Men.
I knew a Russian Jewish guy who looked like Casey Jones, the guy who played Casey Jones in the movie.
Yeah, that actor's he's been all over the place.
I knew a guy he's a Greek guy, the actor. He's American, Greek American. I forget his name.
Yeah, by the way, just that reminds me a little bit. Elvis.
Yeah.
Olive skin newcomer if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, dude. Well,
I guess that should have been like,
Yeah, that's right. Listen, they let him do movies. He couldn't act. You gotta win. It's like, who would they let besides a Jew? Besides a Jew, you let do movies. You can't act. He sings the whole movie, and every chick is like hanging on his leg. Anyway.
Dude, by the way, the lead singer of The Cure, Robert Smith. So in South Park, they keep like. There's a couple of times when like he just came in randomly and saved the day. Yeah. He was like the savior. Yeah. Robert Smith. Yeah. And remember, a couple of conversations ago, I was telling you about this model that I was in love with.
Who?
In the late '90s.
Okay.
In the mid to late '90s.
Not what's her name?
No, not Natalie Portman. No, a model, like a fashion
I'm talking about a model. No, I wasn't thinking of Natalie Portman. I was thinking of this. What's her name? That like Arabic looking chick.
No, that was what you liked.
That was the one I liked. Yeah.
No, I like her too. She's gorgeous. You're talking about Yasmin Gary. She was
Yeah.
She's off the hook.
Yeah.
She's amazing. But that's not the particular girl I was talking about. I'm not going to say who it is.
Okay.
But because I'm embarrassed. But I always dream because I remember reading somewhere, I don't remember, somebody told me maybe that she was discovered at a Cure concert. Mm-hmm. She was a big Cure fan, so I was like, I want to go to a Cure concert. Remember, because we were talking about going to a New Order concert.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I was like, I still have this kind of like adolescent kind of like fantasy. I was like, maybe I'll meet that girl there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not myself when I'm thinking about stuff like that, and I'm 14 again.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I see who you're talking about.
I don't think you know, bro.
I see. No, I see who you're talking about. I was scouted. Okay, this one. Okay, fine.
Dude, I will literally. Oh my God, you are such a sack of shit. You actually were researching that dude, I'll kick you in the nuts.
Well, you mentioned this girl to me many times.
All right, but not to the whole world, man.
Fine.
All right, it's just like
you did. You mentioned it on air.
Her name is too distinct. So
yeah,
I don't want
you mentioned it on air. She's not even that good looking anymore. She's like whatever at this point. But obviously she's older.
You understand? I'm not saying that as myself now.
Yeah.
I'm saying that literally 25 years ago.
Actually, she's all right. She's all right for like a chick who's
she's
in her
like
50s.
an unbelievably gorgeous lady, even now.
Yeah. No, she is. Yeah.
She's a freak of nature.
Yeah, she's a freak. Anyway, all right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's chat.
Folks at home, don't do the research. Don't embarrass me.
Don't embarrass me. All right. He embarrasses himself enough. It's fine.
I've already embarrassed myself. How much more can I be embarrassed?
Exactly. All right, sir. I'll talk to you soon.
Amen.
Peace.
Take care.